Welcome everyone to TJ and the Grumpy Old Man. Today, I'm your host TJ, and with me again, as always, is the Grumpy Old Man. They say there's no shame in his game because he's always the same.
That's me.
Now, Grumpy, this is a little bit of a different view there for us. No longer are we specifically just talking hockey. This is a new venture. We're going to be talking all things sports, and I thought there was no better way to cap off and start off this new channel here of TJ and the Grumpy Old Man than with the 2021 NFL Draft.
Yeah, it's like Christmas in April. It really is for sports fans. I mean, who doesn't, here's the thing, right? What's it about the NFL Draft that makes it so exciting for every team in the league? Well, unless you don't have any picks in the first number of rounds. It's like hope springs eternal, right? Everyone's a winner on draft day, most teams anyway, or at least you think you're a winner on draft day.
Here's my question. Grump, do you really think Jets fans walk away after every single NFL draft and think they're a winner? I just assume with like the usual booing of whoever they select, probably not. The Jets fans are like the ones who are like, maybe not so much them.
They don't always get booed. It's usually when they start playing that they get booed. But on draft day, it's usually exciting. Now, there have been times when they have been booed without a doubt, when they drafted Ken O'Brien over Dan Marino. Pete Rozelle used to – it was great whenever he'd read the Jets draft card because he'd have a smile on his face because he knew what the reaction was going to be. And, Kyle Brady, when he was drafted, just boos all over the place. Jeff Longeman, a lot of guys got booed. A lot of them turned out to be good players. But here's the thing. I'm going to guarantee you that the New York Jets will most definitely get cheers today from their hometown fans.
For certain. I mean, it's a no-brainer. They're going to have to select their Zach Wilson. Honestly, though, there have been some crazy developments as of today. And, it's the first time it's been made public to us. Aaron Rodgers wants out of Green Bay. Apparently, the San Francisco 49ers have been in contact there, reaching out. I have no idea what a deal would require to move Aaron Rodgers and what the San Francisco 49ers would have to give up. You think about all the draft capital they gave up to move all the way up to number 3. I'll be very interested to see what goes on.
Well, the rumors were Jimmy Garoppolo and the number 3 pick in the draft. But the whole thing is they don't want Green Bay doesn't want Jimmy Garoppolo. They're comfortable with Jordan Love.
Oh, my God. That has got to be some type of joke.
Yeah. So they said they didn't need a quarterback. Of course, now the head coach, the GM, the president of the club, they were all taking different planes out to see Aaron Rodgers today to see if they could smooth this over. But this is not a secret. He's been unhappy. Certainly he was unhappy last year when they drafted Jordan Love over a wide receiver that was needed. Then think about it, he has an MVP year, and they get beat by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the NFC Championship game when, Tom Brady gets every weapon that he wants. He comes into your home stadium and beats you. And you saw him at the end of that game. He was just, it looked like he was just fed up.
I don't blame him there. Brian G there, general manager there for the Packers. Holy crap. You draft a quarterback in the first round. You draft a running back, A.J. Dillon there in the second round. And then you draft the tight end, Josiah. And you're thinking to yourself, all right, we already had Ryan Tonyan as a tight end who was successful there for us. Your running back room entering last season was fine and stout. And you already had the quarterback in Aaron Rodgers. So it's like you preemptively said, we're doing a full rebuild. We're completing these three positions that we're already stout in, and we need to go ahead and make adjustments. I don't blame Aaron Rodgers. I feel the same way. His window is finite to win a Super Bowl.
Robert Tonyan was not established as a full-time starter there before last year. He was not. So, at a third-round pick, they need to get younger at those positions. They needed a wide receiver as well. To me, the head scratcher, and why did they draft Dillon, right? Because you had Jones, who was going to be an unrestricted free agent going into this year. He wound up re-signing with them, but still, you have to protect yourself, against losing him as well. But the surprise was not going wide receiver and drafting Jordan Love, which you certainly didn't need. But hey, what do you look at? Aaron Rodgers, 38 years old, right? It's kind of reminiscent of the Patriots and Brady when they drafted Garoppolo in 2014.
I'll tell you, kind of shifting gears a little bit. The Jacksonville Jaguars, it's got to be a foregone conclusion. Trevor Lawrence is the right pick, is going to be the number one overall selection. He's almost been predestined for that after an unbelievable freshman season there at Clemson, and he's been slotted to be the number one pick in the draft for 3 years in a row when his draft class came around.
Yeah, but I'm going to say one thing. It's not Jaguars. It's Jaguars. There's no I in Jaguars. Jaguars. It's not Guire. It's like not McGuire, not Jaguar. It's Jaguars.
Like a squire.
Jaguars. Thank you.
Getting back to the topic.
Yeah, well, it's been a kind of a fait accompli that he's been the number one. He was going to be the number one pick whenever he came out, and they've been talking about that for the last 3 years, and now the time is here. So he's a big kid. I know we're going to discuss him more when he's actually picked, but everyone knows that. And the Jets, everyone said, lose for Lawrence or whatever it was. And the Jets even managed to mess that up by winning a couple of games.
Wow, that's gracious. Well, I'll tell you one thing. The Jets have definitely said, hey, we're going to start fresh, complete new rebuild. This offseason, they trade away Sam Darnold there to the Carolina Panthers. And again, who knows what – it's pretty obvious that Sam Darnold didn't have any type of value or worth. I mean, you get a second-round pick for a guy like that. And it's unfortunate, right? The Jets' offensive line was – hideously bad last season. The offensive weapons around Sam were terrible. The running back, yikes. I mean, they obviously intended that Le'Veon Bell was going to step in and do something there for him. But you want to just talk about an absolute cluster. And, there's no better way, I guess, to start over here with Zach Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, Sam Darnold banged up a little bit, poor coaching. The Jets have just been a perennial loser for a number of years now. And, it's just tough to get out of that. I know Robert Saleh is the new head coach coming over from San Francisco. Let's see what he can do. But hope springs eternal, as I said, on draft day. So
yes, it does, grumpy old man. Another thing I know everybody's going to be looking at is what do the 49ers do at the 3 spot? You have to assume they're not picking and selecting a quarterback, especially when their name's being thrown in the hat there for Rodgers. Been talking to a lot of 49er fans. They just don't think that they have that 3rd overall pick is going to be thrown into the trade. So their window for the 49ers is somewhat finite too. They have to go ahead and make sure that they're going all in to win it now.
They're not going to trade for Aaron Rodgers isn't going anywhere. I don't care that he says he doesn't want to play there. He's under contract to play there. I mean, long story short, they will be drafting a quarterback in the first round. Absolutely, San Francisco will. The big question is it going to be Trey Fields or Matt Jones? I think they've kind of already ruled out
Trey Lance.
I'm sorry. They've ruled out Justin Fields. And, if you're looking for the guy who's more ready to step right in, it's Matt Jones. If you want
Matt Jones, Grumpy, articulate.
That's what I said. You better clean out your ears. Because I said Matt Jones. If I had to say MATT so you can understand it, I will.
It's not Matt Jones. It's Mac Jones.
No.
What are you talking about? It's Mac Jones, Grump. Oh, my Jesus Christ. Oh, grumpy old man. It's Mac Jones. M-A-C Jones. Holy shit. It's going to be a long night, ladies and gentlemen. It's Mac Jones. Ooh.
Maybe he plays like Matt Jones, the former shooting guard for the Duke Blue Devils. Just a guy who is just a guy. Nobody figured they'd have to trade up to draft him.
Oh,
right.
I think it's a foregone conclusion. And I want to kind of shift gears a little bit to Trevor Lawrence. I feel like he's been hyped out the wazoo. And if he doesn't step in and make an immediate impact, people are going to be disappointed. He's being hyped for the last 3 seasons. And we're talking about the quarterbacks. He is the most complete, definitely, no doubt about it. You look at him read through progression standpoint. Man, oh man, he does a good job. He can run through his progressions. He diagnoses who's open there and running their routes. Got an unbelievably strong arm. He's mobile. He's an accurate and consistent passer with repeatable technique and repeatable throwing motion.
Yeah, I think his best year was the first year he was a starter there. And I think his play tailed off a little bit. Here's the thing. He deserves to be the number 1 pick. I think he's got the stringiest hair in the draft and the biggest nose as well. So, that's just enough to make him the first pick in the draft. But here's the thing. They got the new college coach, Urban Meyer, first time as a pro coach. That usually doesn't work out. College coaches going to pro.
You can't say usually doesn't. Pete Carroll, it worked out A-OK. I will tell you one thing, though, about Pete Carroll. Yep. It's funny. It's funny when you look at that situation. They went ahead and signed the same offseason they drafted Russell Wilson. They signed Matt Flynn to a huge contract. I think it was a 2-year, like $50 million deal. And Matt Flynn never wound up playing really for the Seahawks. And Russell Wilson walked in day one as a starter as a 3rd-round pick. So obviously he did get bailed out a little bit with finding an absolute gem of a quarterback in the 3rd round. But there have been college coaches that are able to translate.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Pete Carroll had been a professional coach with the New England Patriots before he went to USC. So he'd already coached in the pros. Urban Meyer's never coached in the pros. That's what I'm talking about. Jimmy Johnson was an exception to that rule. Nick Saban, when he, great coach at Alabama, right? He was great at LSU too. Went to Miami and, just fell flat on his face. So I just think it's usually a struggle. Lou Holtz, going way back in the day, was coach at Arkansas and then went to the Jets. And the veterans just laughed at him and his rah-rah style. He was there a couple of years and he was out back in college and then had a very successful career with Notre Dame. But guys who just come directly from college usually struggle. It's not the norm that they're successful.
Well, I'll tell you, they did make some good acquisitions this offseason. Shaquille Griffin, obviously helping their corner. Rashawn Jenkins, Marvin Jones, obviously most notably there coming over that wide out. They have quite a rebuild ahead of them. I'm not expecting the Jacksonville Jaguars to pull off some miraculous feat to where within 2 years they're a playoff caliber team. They've got a lengthy rebuild ahead of them.
Right. You mentioned Marvin Jones, and he had a pretty good year with Detroit last year, but they also lost Keelan Cole and Chris Conley. So I think they still need some wide receiver help. They're certainly not drafting a wide receiver at number 1 though.
No, absolutely not. You got to go ahead and put weapons around Trevor Lawrence too. You also got to work on protecting him as well. They've had a revolving door at quarterback for years and years and years. Grumpy old man. It seems like they could never find the guy. They felt like, hey, Blake Bortles was it for a while. Most certainly was not long term. Maybe Gardner Minshew was going to be the guy. Yeah, not so much on him either. The Jags just They have never found the right fit there at QB as of recent. And I think Trevor Lawrence, that it's a foregone conclusion that he's got to work.
Yeah, I don't think they thought that Gardner Minshew was the answer there. I certainly don't believe that. I mean, I think he was a 7th-round pick, right? If you're expecting your 7th-round pick to come in and become a starter for you, I mean, I just don't see that happening.
After the first year, they felt comfortable enough naming the starter, saying, hey, you're the guy going forward. When they drafted him, obviously they didn't think he was going to be the guy, but needless to say, they thought maybe he could fit in and do the job there. I mean, he was – obviously he'll be legendary for the stash, no doubt about it.
Yeah, but it's not like you could say, okay, he was the guy, the ordained, guy. Whenever they thought they could update, they certainly would.
Oh, grumpy old man. Is the first pick in already?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Well, they're starting to bring it up. But I mean, I guess it doesn't bother me too much when they announce that first pick. It's going to be Trevor Lawrence. I'm not too worried about it. Jack shouldn't be too worried about it either. Yeah,
the draft really starts at pick 3. That's when it starts. Everyone knows who the first 2 picks are going to be. And
call me crazy. Do Jets fans have something to worry about? Do you think the Jets could somehow screw this up?
They're picking the quarterback. I mean, that's what they're going to do.
They're picking the quarterback, but would it shock you at all if they completely went off the board and didn't select Zach Wilson?
No, they're not. No, it's not happening. It's not happening. They're picking Zach Wilson. They're not. It's a fait accompli. Everyone knows it. That's a done deal. I mean, if you want to try to burn time at the first pick, I mean, it's not going to happen. You don't trade away Sam Darnold and not have a backup and then pick another position. It's just, come on. It's not going to happen. It's going to be the Wilson kid. That's who they're going to pick. He had a great pro day, but he's one of those guys who, and I think you're going to see a lot in this draft. First off, he had, a good last year. Okay. But he wasn't perfect out there. But to me, the issue with this draft this year is with so many guys opting out and teams not having film on them. You got to go back 2 years.
And I was about to say, you talk about the progression and development of a player. Sometimes, you got some juniors who sat out their junior season now who are declaring for the draft. You talk about how great of a leap they could have made from sophomore to junior. You had some juniors there who sat out there, or some seniors who sat out also. It's tough when you don't see that, and it's unprecedented. We've never seen this many picks that are going to be high selected here are players who decided to opt out.
Yeah, and then not only that, right? You had the Big Ten, which only wound up playing 5 games, right? They were the first conference to say, "Oh, I don't know if it was them or the Pac-12." Who said, we're not playing this year. But then they see, okay, the SEC is playing, the ACC is playing. They're making money. I guess we're going to reverse the gears, right? We care about the kids, right? That's what you hear. We care about people. They don't care about anyone. I always find it laughable when any of these schools or organizations pretend that they care about the fans or they pretend that they care about the players. They could care less. The only thing they care about is the cha-ching of the cash box. That's why the Big Ten started back up and played 5 games, because they saw, man, we're just losing a lot of money here. Same thing with the Pac-12, and says, we're just going to roll the dice. They let the other, the SEC and the AC play. Didn't seem like there were any issues. Let's get our guys back out on the field.
I want to ask you this before the draft starts. Who have you indicated as an absolute steal or a gem of a pick? Who are the players that you're looking for later on in the first round that you think really could make headway?
You know what? For me, it all depends on where guys are picked. You got the guy from, Sewell, the tackle. To me, he should be going to Cincinnati. He shouldn't slip any further than Cincinnati. Somebody protect Joe Burrow. But now I'm hearing rumblings that Cincinnati wants to go wide receiver.
They want to go perhaps Jamar Chase. Yeah, I'm hearing, again, no matter what, he's still going to be a top 5, top 6 pick. And I'll tell you, it's a fool if they were to go ahead and skip It would be they'd be foolish if the Bengals were to go ahead and pick up Jamar Chase. In my opinion, they don't need another wide receiver. They've got Tyler Boyd. They've got T. Higgins. No need to go ahead and add another wide out there into the equation. You need to make sure you can protect Joe Burrow. Just look at his knee. Look at that scar right there. That should be all you need there with that.
Right. I mean, here's the thing. They lost A.J. Green. No real loss. He's usually hurt anyway. But this is here's the thing. The wide receiver draft is extremely deep this year. You're going to be able to get really talented players in the second and third rounds who can contribute right away to your team. You don't need to when you have a glaring need like they have at offensive tackle, and you're right, just look at Joe Burrow's knee. That tells you what you need to do. I mean, he started off last year, even for a terrible franchise like that. Let's see if they kill him like they've done other quarterbacks or players in the league. But that's a guy you must protect. Absolutely. I mean, he tore how many ligaments in that knee?
Not sure. It was quite a few, though. Definitely. I'll tell you.
Everyone that counted. That's all I know.
You fleeted the question. You went ahead and evaded the question, Grumpy Old Man. I'll go ahead and give you my response. So who are two guys that I think, if they slip, could be absolute gems? I've got Jeremiah Asu. I'm going to butcher their names. Jeremiah there. Oh, what are you shaking your head there for, Grump?
I'm going to tell you why I'm shaking my head. And everyone's listening. I'm going to tell you why I'm shaking my head. Because TJ says I'm not allowed to announce the draft picks unless they're simple names because he doesn't want me screwing up the names. Everyone who listens to our other podcast or watches us on the live stream or on YouTube, they all know TJ screws up every single name. You know what? I just tolerate him. And I'm saying, you know what? Go ahead. You go ahead and screw up the names. And then I'm going to show I throw it right back in your face like I'm doing right now.
Oh,
just like Mac Jones, the point guard / shooting guard from Duke.
Oh, shit. Man, at least I'm not calling Mac Jones.
Transferred to Alabama, became a great quarterback.
Oh, yeah. Changed color too, right?
I don't, you know, I mean, you want to know, I thought he was pretty good, but you hear people rip him. Well, he doesn't have the perfect body. He's not super athletic. He's got a boring name, and he has a boring name. I mean, obviously I forgot his name, right? It's Mac Jones, not Matt Jones. But what's the difference? Really not much.
I'll be honest with you. I'm not too sold on Mac Jones. He's a guy who I think has the highest floor, but one of the lowest ceilings. When I'm talking about his ability to read through progressions, I think he does that extremely well. I think Lawrence does it a little better than he does, but he does that extremely well. That being said, when you look at Mac Jones, when you look at the pressure that's put in his face, occasionally he doesn't find the right read. He kind of gets happy feet back there. Remember, he played for Alabama. Alabama is absolutely stout. And with quarterbacks, I feel like you have to be hypercritical because there are so many quarterbacks that just fail and bust. It's because you can look at certain aspects of their game and see, oh, well, he does throw a pretty spiral. He does read through progressions well when he has 15 seconds back there in the pocket. He does do a pretty good job of reading where blitz packages are coming from there. He does do a good job in certain aspects. It's really easy to look at everything in a perfect scenario. But when things get a little dicey, when you got pressure in your face, how does he really look?
Well, that's every quarterback. You put pressure in any quarterback's face, how are they going to look? All I know is he had 40 touchdowns and 4 interceptions and led a team to a national title. I mean, I'm not saying he's the greatest thing since sliced bread, but you can't argue with his success. I mean, he throws the ball on time. He hits guys in stride. He's very accurate. I mean, and think about all the positions in the NFL. What's the one that you can afford to be the least athletic at? It's quarterback. Look at Tom Brady. He's not the most athletic player out there, but he's won 7 Super Bowls. I don't care if he can run a 40-yard dash in 4.2 seconds. I don't care. Oh, look at the way he's able to throw cross body or anything like this. All I know is he completes passes, throws touchdowns, and wins championships. That's all I know.
We've got a comment here from Stephen Porter saying, any comment on Trevor Lawrence's hair being longer than his girlfriend's? Grump, I'll let you take a crack at that first.
Yeah, like I said earlier, he's got the stringiest. I mean, his hair is horrid. I mean, you figure it just looks greasy all the time. Dude, wash it. I don't know what you got to do. Do something with it. It's a bad look. It's a bad look. And his nose is really big too.
Oh,
he's got to get a special helmet built for him just to keep his nose in there. It's going to be broken a lot.
Well, playing for the Jags, he's definitely going to take a beating as of early.
I mean, you know what? Here's the thing I hate the most. Jacksonville has been on the clock since when?
8 o'clock?
January 4th. They've been on the clock, and they're letting it run down to like the last minute before they make a pick. Can Jacksonville screw it up? Are they not going to pick Trevor Lawrence? I mean, maybe they just like to hear the people talk about their team. Yeah, just talk us up. Say how great we are. Okay, 8 of your last 10 years, you've had 10 or more losses every year. Is that the kind of thing you want people knowing about your team? And their uniforms are hideous. They're just horrible.
Oh, my goodness. Jeremiah Osu-Koromoa. That is how you pronounce his name. I knew I'd messed it up originally. I think if he goes late, the linebacker there from Notre Dame, I think he's got unbelievable ability. I think he's probably the most complete linebacker. And you see a lot of names like, oh, Micah Parsons is thrown out there. Trust me, we'll get to the flaws in his game too later on. But I really think Jeremiah, if he slips, is a guy who has the potential to be an absolute draft steal. Grump.
So what's Jeremiah's weakness? The fact that you can't pronounce his last name?
Yes, his last name is too difficult to pronounce. That's the biggest weakness on him. No, we'll get to it. I don't want to go ahead and jump too much into it, but I got one other, a Joe Tryon as well there, the edge rusher there out of Miami. We'll go into his story, his background. Go ahead,
he's from Washington. He's edge rusher from Washington, Joe Tryon.
Sorry, edge rusher from Washington. Got him mixed up there. A lot of cramming over here I've been doing, grumpy old man.
Yeah, okay, right? Jump all over me for getting names. You don't even know what part of the country he's in.
Oh, goodness.
At least I knew that Mac Jones played for Alabama. I knew that. I just missed one letter on the back end. That's all. But you butchered the kid from Notre Dame's name. You said one guy who's from Washington is from Miami. Now, Joe Tryon sat out all last year. Now, when he played as he was a sophomore, he had 6 sacks in his last 3 games of the year. He had 8 sacks on season.
He is long. He's rangy. He's got good speed into it. I'm just saying, if a guy like that slips, because really we don't know how much players who didn't play that this year and opted out are going to slip, if at all. So that's a big thing, right? If those players start slipping and you see a guy like that slip, I really think he could be a valuable pick there for teams.
I hate to interrupt you when you're making mistakeful comments on players like you tend to do, but Jacksonville just picked Trevor Lawrence, the quarterback from Clemson.
Oh,
number 1, first overall pick, real stretch.
Oh, I'm shocked. This is an absolutely unbelievable pick there by the Jags. What the hell were they thinking?
Yeah, I don't know, but hey, right? Let's talk about the positives of the kid, though, right? Honestly, you know what else I hate? Jackson. Oh, the picks in, and you see all their front office guys are all woo in the draft. Oh, they're clapping. Why are you clapping for? You should already be thinking about what you're doing with your second pick in the first round, right? But here's the thing, right? What's the thing that stands out about Trevor Lawrence, right? He's got the size. He's like almost 6'6", 213. He does look like a string bean, but he's got a great arm, right? And he's got really fantastic intangibles, and he really can throw to spots. I mean, we knew he was going to be the pick.
I don't even really care all that much about the intangibles. If I'm thinking, the intangibles obviously matter. In the same token, though, having a repeatable throwing motion and having sound mechanics, and again, he's mobile. He's shockingly mobile. Teams really don't expect to be able to move as well as he does, and he's got the pedigree. You're right. He looks the part too. This is, if you had to go ahead and pick a guy who's a can't miss pick in this year's draft, I think it's Trevor Lawrence. I don't think we sit back 5 years from now and say, wow, how did Trevor Lawrence flunk out of the league?
Well, he plays for Jacksonville.
Or he's going to be playing for Jacksonville. That's correct.
Right. He's going to be playing for Jacksonville. So, that's where another spot where good players go to die. It just happens when who knows how good a coach Urban Meyer is going to be? Okay. He's certainly not going to be able to run the offense that he ran at Ohio State and Florida in the NFL. That's not going to work. And his judgment, he hired the strength and conditioning coach who was beating players at the last spot he was at. It's like, dude, this is the NFL. This isn't where you got your own little fiefdom like you had in Columbus or in Tallahassee where you could do anything you wanted. This is all the eyeballs are on you. So,
And if we're looking later on in the draft too, the Jags need to address their offensive tackle. They need to add some more wide receiver depth as well as a safety. So if you're looking later on in the draft there for the Jags, those are the big glaring needs that you're saying. Those need to be addressed first.
yeah, without a doubt. Oh, yes, go ahead. Pop the Jets up because they're on the clock.
The Jets are now on the clock here. We've got a little ticker, grumpy old man. The Jets are on the clock. Again, quarterback, not a shock at all. They're going to go Zach Wilson. They also could need a little corner help, edge, and inside offensive lineman. I'll be honest with you. This is a big year for Mekhi Becton. We knew he was going to be a guy who needed some time to develop. He was the most raw, but had unbelievable talent or unbelievable athleticism. People were shocked and were in awe with his ability to run the 40-yard dash. I think that inflated his value come draft day. Didn't have a great year last year. Needs to continue to build off of it. The Jets do have a lot of holes, but this is I look at it like a make or break year there for Mekhi Becton. Though
it's only his second year in the league, and he played really well when he wasn't injured with them. So I think they're happy with that pick of Mekhi Becton. Then
I can just tell you based off the games I watched, I was not very impressed with him.
Well, I mean, he's a road grader. You run the ball behind him all day long. I mean, I saw a game he was injured and he didn't look great. It was a Monday night game against New England. He didn't. I think he went out. He wound up being injured in that game. But I don't think they're disappointed in his progress so far. I mean, he's only going to get better. It's his first year. So, and cornerback, everybody needs a cornerback, right? Everything. It's a throw league now. You can never have too many quarterbacks. Edge rusher, who doesn't need those? Put pressure on any quarterback. They're going to be in problem. But interior offensive line has been an issue for them for quite a while. And I think that might be where they go, probably either corner or interior offensive line with their second first-round pick. That's my prediction.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's going to be definitely those Zach Wilson. I want to kind of start prepping and talking a little bit about Zach Wilson, grumpy old man. What'd you have as takeaways for him that you really liked about his game?
Yeah, I mean, he's got really good athleticism, but once again, he had games this year. Brigham Young doesn't play the toughest schedule that there is, but he's got tremendous athleticism. I love some of the throws he made on his pro day.
The pick is in, by the way. Zach Wilson is selected by the New York Jets.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fantastic. I guess I don't know what's going on. That it didn't show it on mine. They haven't shown the pick in, but we knew it was going to be Zach Wilson. But here's the thing. Now is when the draft starts. Honestly, now is when the draft starts.
I'm sorry. I ran you off, though. I want to hear more of your takeaways there from Zach Wilson.
Yeah. Like I said, it's the elite athleticism, his escapability. He's not the biggest guy, though. I mean, see, to me, that's what you have to worry about with him. He's only 6'2", maybe 215 pounds, but he is creative, okay? He's got great ball handling skills, and he's really good at improvising. And playing for the Jets and that offensive line, you better have those type of abilities.
I loved Zach Wilson's film. I really did. When I watch his throws, I think there's a perfect way to describe him. It's firm yet soft, where he's got enough power there to get it to the receiver and the tight end, the running back, yet it's soft enough to go ahead and feather that in over defenses. I love it. Firm yet soft. Also, he does a great job when rolling out. He's able to square his hips. He's able to fire that ball. He's got an unbelievable arm. You talk about the athletic ability. Yeah, man, oh man, he is an unbelievable athletic freak. And, it's most of the quarterbacks that are going to be drafted in this first round are unbelievably athletic, all except Mac Jones.
Yes. But, and okay, all right, I realize everyone wants a running quarterback. How many of those guys last long-term, guys who run a whole lot, they get injured, right? This isn't college, okay? You're going to have to learn how to stay in the pocket. To me, the best example of a mobile quarterback who does it the right way is probably Russell Wilson, right? I mean, he has the ability to run, but he only runs when he has to. A lot of these guys, it's like run for any kind of pressure. I'm gone. I'm taking off. Those guys get hurt. Let's see Lamar Jackson, right? His whole game is predicated on running. So, and how great of a passer he is. Is he? Not too good.
I do want to go ahead and bring up here. Stephen Porter says there, how is Zach Wilson rated so high with such a low strength of schedule? I'll also tell you this much. He's going to need an adjustment time period. There is no doubt about it. BYU ran a lot of the same exact concepts throughout the entire year. And, it was no matter what type of defenses they were playing against, they ran almost virtually the same exact concepts. He's going to need time there to adjust with his pre-snap reads. You can see sometimes he doesn't identify who the primary should be. So there's definitely going to be an adjustment time period for him. I just think it's the ability. I think it's his arm strength. I think it's his athletic ability and his ability to improvise. I think that is what made teams become infatuated there with Zach Wilson.
And also the fact that they had, Justin Fields has been ranked right behind Trevor Lawrence since they went into college together, right? Every single year, 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2. And sometimes it's paralysis by analysis, which you see with Zach Fields. I'm sorry, with Justin Fields. Jesus. Zach Wilson was pretty much all right. He just took off this year, okay. But if you look at, he wasn't fantastic in 2019, okay. But this year he was, and the fact is, you're not looking at all his warts because he hasn't been around as long, has really benefited him. In my opinion,
he's played. And again, it's funny, right? When people bring up, there was maybe a little bit of question about his injury past. He tore his labrum in 2019. It's funny to always hear anytime around the draft, they're always hypercritical of absolutely anything and everything. Grumpy old man. And now if we're kind of changing gears here a little bit to the 49ers. Needs are obviously a quarterback, interior offensive lineman, corner, as well as interior defensive lineman. I'll tell you one thing. I don't necessarily agree too much there on the interior defensive line. The defensive line is pretty stout. They've had, and again, Javon Kinlaw, if he continues to improve, it's hopefully going to be the guy there. I don't think they're going to look interior defensive line until late, but that's a team that has a lot of depth in a lot of different areas. Maybe the production wasn't there as much from Kinlaw this year. Maybe they're expecting him to take a big jump here next season into his sophomore year.
Yeah, the second year jump, right? That's what they talk about. But they're picking a quarterback at number 3. We can talk about all those other things if you like, but to me, they're 1 year removed from the Super Bowl, right? They had Jimmy Garoppolo as the quarterback, and they couldn't wait to get rid of him, obviously. I mean, if he was that good, well, first of all, he can't imagine staying on the field. But if he was that good, they wouldn't have tried. They wouldn't have tried to trade up to the number 3 spot, giving up 3 first-round picks for him. To get rid of Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, quite obviously, Jimmy G's not the answer there. Again, he's a game manager. He just wasn't able to get the job done when it mattered most. And it's unfortunate. Jimmy G seems like a nice guy, but he is not the answer there in San Fran. Here's the thing. I think even if they do go ahead and pull off a trade there for Aaron Rodgers, which I think is what all signs are pointing towards, I still think they draft a quarterback here at number 3 so they can go ahead and bring him up under the tutelage.
They're not trading for Aaron Rodgers. When they pick a quarterback, they're not trading for Aaron Rodgers. He wants out. That doesn't mean they're trading for him.
All I can tell you is San Francisco has been hitting up the phone of the Green Bay Packers on a pretty consistent basis. They are hot there for Aaron Rodgers. That's all I'm going to say with that.
Okay, let's say you trade Aaron Rodgers. That would have to be, this pick would have to be in play right now. I mean, and if it's not, well, then guess what? It's not happening. That's the way I look at it. I just don't see it happening.
Here's my thing. You really think Rodgers won't sit out?
He's under contract. How is he gonna sit out?
You don't think sit out while you're under contract. You're aware of that, right, Grump?
All right. He's got how many more years on his deal? That's my whole thing.
They've got a potential buyout in 2022. So they could technically buy him out. I don't think it's going to get to that point where it's in that that type of hell for them. I think they're just going to move him. What's the point of keeping a guy like Aaron Rodgers stuck there on your team, right? And I understand he's older. He's only got a finite amount of time left he can play. He wants to win another Super Bowl. So again, I understand that. I still think he's going to get moved. Where? Who knows? He wants to get moved to a contender, though. We can all agree on that. There's no way in hell he's getting moved to a team that's rebuilding or in the process. He's getting moved to a contender.
Okay. I'm gonna predict he's not moved. He might want to go, but that doesn't mean it's going to happen. I don't care what he wants. Just because you want something doesn't make it happen. And I think that's going to be the case with him. I mean, he's 38 years old, and they can buy him out in 2 years. So when he's 40 years old, he'll play. He's going to be with Green Bay next year. I don't care what he says.
They can buy him out after this season.
Yeah. Why would they buy him out? I mean, he's league MVP. Why do you want to trade the league MVP?
If he's not going to play and he's going to sit out.
He didn't say he was going to sit out.
He
just says he wants out of there. How many times do you hear players say that? Right? I mean, they say it all the time.
In today's game, you see it on a pretty consistent basis.
But what's it always about, right? It's about money. You know, I want more money. That's how players look at respect. Pay me. That's what it's all about. Pay me.
Or they're just not very happy.
Yeah, well, you know, it doesn't matter. I mean, he has no leverage. He has no leverage. So I don't care what.
You can continue to say that type of stuff. Players have more leverage than they've ever had before. That's all I'm going to say. They've had more leverage than they've ever had before.
What's the leverage he has in Green Bay? They have the kid. If they wanted to play, they'll just play the Jordan Love kid. Go ahead. You can sit out and not get paid.
Have you seen Jordan Love play before?
Just what he was in college, but obviously they feel pretty confident. And the pick is in for San Francisco. They haven't announced it yet, but the pick is in. So who are you predicting who's going to be the quarterback that they're picking? Because it's certainly not going to be a trade for Aaron Rodgers like I predicted.
Okay, I told you. I still think they might be able to go ahead and pull off a trade there for Aaron Rodgers. Who knows what they're going to have to give up in return. I just don't think they're going to hold on to Aaron Rodgers. I still think Rodgers might get moved. I think they're going to pick a quarterback, and I think they're going to pick Mac Jones.
Okay, Mac Jones. Rumblings I heard the last couple of days was Trey Lance, but I think it's going to be Jones also. Then what does that say for Jimmy Garoppolo, right? Are they going to carry him as a guy who just keeps the seat warm for the young guy to come in and play for $25 million this year? Do they trade him? There are a lot of options there as well.
You have to figure they're in an odd situation because think about it here. Do you think Mac Jones can go ahead and walk in day one and be a better quarterback than Jimmy G?
Then Jimmy Garoppolo, probably, because I think Garoppolo sucks.
Oh, stop.
And here's the thing. If he can stay on the field for like more than 2 weeks, he's already past what Jimmy Garoppolo can do.
Jesus Christ. I'll tell you. I'm not sure he steps in day one and it's a better quarterback.
No, I'm being facetious. I mean, and here's the thing. Shanahan, when they traded for Garoppolo, he initially he sat the first 5 games after they traded for him before he came in and played because he wants to earn the trust, and it's Trey Lance is the quarterback.
Holy.
That's what I heard.
God.
That's what I heard. They were going
fans. Yikes. Yikes, 49er fans. Yikes.
I mean,
yikes. That is so off the board and such a bad selection. I can't even begin. Trey Lance, you want to talk about inconsistent accuracy. He's all over the place. I do think he makes good reads for the most part. He's number one playing Division I AA ball too. So again, playing against a lesser competition. But my, oh my. You pick a guy who is consistently inconsistent with his throw. His mechanics are all over the place. He doesn't do a good job of setting his feet all that often either. Got unbelievable natural abilities, is a good athlete, but God almighty.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a great arm. I mean, he's athletic. I don't like his throwing motion, honestly. It looks a little loopy to me. And remember, he played 1 AA. Okay, so it's not like he's played the highest level of competition. I think he's only played 15 games in college. He played 1 game last year, and he wasn't sensational by any stretch of the imagination. So, but what does that mean? That means Jimmy Garoppolo is definitely staying in San Francisco because Trey Lance is not ready to come in and play at the NFL right now.
I guess they must feel that he's got the highest ceiling of the remaining quarterbacks that are out there. I'll tell you one thing though. Jesus. I mean, he's confident in the pocket. Just his technical delivery there is just very inconsistent, and he's got accuracy issues all over the place. He'll miss wide open receivers. He'll overthrow. He'll underthrow. I talked earlier about it. The firm yet soft. Lance doesn't do that. And
Yeah.
he just throws because he's got sloppy feet.
Yeah, I mean, with the one thing he has, and once again, I have to color it with playing 1AA. Okay, so we didn't play the highest level of competition, but he does show real poise back there and a smart decision maker. But you're not playing against really complex defenses, reminiscent of Steve McNair. That's a comparison I've heard when talking about Trey Lance. Also came from, I believe, I forget the school that he came from. I want to say Grambling, but I don't quite remember. But not a big time school, but had all the offensive talent. I mean, they compare him a lot, like Patrick Mahomes, right, with the throwing style and stuff like that. But I mean, I could see they're drafting for upside.
Jesus.
And this, it is what it is. And Kyle Shanahan, I know John Lynch is the GM, but Kyle Shanahan really, he pulls the strings. It's who he wanted to play.
49er fans, I'm sorry there for you. Yikes. Yikes.
Yeah, but it's not all bad because you still have Jimmy Garoppolo. I mean, and he's serviceable because they're certainly not getting rid of him now with them drafting Lance. Not happening. Now the question is, how far does Mac with a C Jones slide?
Here's the thing. You trade 3 first-round picks to move up for Trey Lance. You better hope and pray to God this son of a gun is going to be everything you want in a franchise-caliber quarterback. I just don't see it. I'm sorry. When you have those consistency issues and you're inaccurate there in D1 AA ball where you're going to have larger pockets of area to throw to, I mean, the talented players aren't going to really be there as much. It just makes me worried a little bit. How is that going to look? How is that going to translate? So, I mean, like when you overthrow and underthrow players in the NFL, I'm sorry, those are picks, in D1 AA ball, maybe not so much, but in the NFL, they make you pay for mistakes like that.
Very true. And it's going to be a learning curve, but he has, okay. What's the one thing that Kyle Shanahan thinks? He thinks he's the greatest gift from God as a coach. He can turn, marginal talent into good quarterbacks, right? Kirk Cousins, Jimmy Garoppolo, and what can he do when he has a supreme talent? And that's what I think he's betting on himself to turn him into a superstar. That's what I think. Oh. But for the short term, I don't think it helps the 49ers. Certainly, I don't believe this year, but maybe next year.
Next up, the Atlanta Falcons. And you look at the Falcons, right? Everybody almost has them penciled in to take, no doubt about it, Kyle Pitts. Every single team is every single mock draft, every single analyst out there. Kyle Pitts is definitely going to be the selection here. And this is my thing. Matt Ryan is not getting any younger. And if, for example, you expect a Mac Jones to be off the board and you like what he's got, you need to be looking there for a succession plan there for Matt Ryan. How often are you going to be at the number 4 overall selection spot? If you feel that Mac Jones or that Justin Fields has any bit of upside that you're enthralled about, you have to go ahead and select the quarterback here. You already have wide receiver weapons there in Atlanta, right? Calvin Ridley's a weapon. You've got Julio Jones. I mean, those are 2 elite level wide receivers. Now you want to throw in Kyle Pitts into the equation? I guess you're going to say, hey, we're going to have so many offensive weapons that nobody can ever go ahead and guard us. I guess, here's my thing. Long term, though, you want your team to be set up there for success. And matty Ice just, didn't look too great last season.
I mean, he's 35 years old. To me, quarterback is where they should go, without a doubt. And I realize the Pitts kid is probably the best talent out there, but you need to plan for life after Matt Ryan.
Really?
Right? Another Kyle Shanahan product, right? But I mean, that's what you have to prepare for. And I'd be surprised if it was me. Justin Fields is the pick. I just feel that way.
Here is also my point. You talk about Kyle Pitts maybe being the most talented. I'm just not sure. People got infatuated that a guy as big as he is ran a 40 the way he did. And sure enough, he shoots up the board. Just like any other time a guy has an unbelievable pro day or combine performance, they automatically shoot up the board because, hey, they're workout warriors. Here's another thing. He reminds me a little bit of Vernon Davis. I mean, you look at the combine numbers of Vernon Davis, they're pretty much comparable there to Kyle Pitts. I mean, would you say Vernon Davis was a guy where you would look back on it and say, yeah, I'd select him at 4th overall?
Nope, but the pick is
Vernon Davis is a way better blocker than Kyle Pitts is, too. I mean, that's the biggest hole in his game. He can't block.
Yeah, well, he's a tight end, but he's a wide receiver type. And it is Kyle Pitts, who they picked at number 4. So, I mean, another weapon for Matt Ryan. Was it the smart move? I guess only time will tell. But I definitely would have went quarterback if I was them.
I'll answer this question. No, it was not the smart move. Oh, my gosh. And that's my thing. You have so many offensive weapons. Now you feel like you need to continue to build upon that glut. I looked at it the same way I did the Cowboys last season, right? They thought that CeeDee Lamb was the best talent on the board. Probably he was. That wide receiver was not a position of need for you. And remember, Hayden Hurst is a tight end there for the Atlanta Falcons. They signed him last offseason, didn't they, Grumpy? Hayden Hurst, no?
Yes. I mean, but this kid's a great athlete. I mean, he runs good routes. The comparison is Darren Waller. He's the comparison, who was a wide receiver in college and converted to tight end in the pros with the Raiders. So, I mean, and he looks real good. He was a really fantastic weapon for Florida this year. And I like the way Kyle Pitts played. I like him as a player. I just think it's a bad pick for the Falcons. Again, why the hell would you go out and spend all that money on Hayden Hurst? Oh, they traded for Hayden Hurst too, didn't they? They didn't sign him a free agent. I think they traded for Hayden Hurst last offseason, if I recall correctly. And I'm just thinking to myself, now you go ahead and select another tight end. Yeah, well, I mean, I know they lost Hooper. Maybe they just want more weapons. Maybe they figure they're not as far away as everyone thinks they are. That's all I can say. But you can't deny the kid's talent. You really can't. My whole thing is, if you're a good team, you're not going to be picking in the top 5 every year. Next year is not a great draft for quarterbacks. Supposedly, they say that every year, and then some couple of players stand out, and all of a sudden it's a great year. But you're right. The kid is more wide receiver than tight end for certain.
Look back, take the clock back to last year. They traded for Hayden Hurst. They gave up a 2nd-round pick and a 5th-round pick for Hayden Hurst and a 4th-round pick. Think about that. They essentially gave up that 2nd-round pick for Hayden Hurst. Yeah. Now you're saying that should address your need there at tight end, right?
Yeah, but
this kid there. Hold on. You lost Hooper there to the Browns, and then you bring Hayden Hurst in, and now you're saying we need to bring in another tight end, Kyle Pitts, because we think he's an unbelievable talent. I'm sorry, it's just not the biggest need. Matty Ice looked last year, and I'm just not sure throwing another offensive weapon in there is gonna make it happen. Think about it too. Tight ends usually take a while to develop. If you look at one position that takes a little longer there to develop players, it's tight end. Usually that rookie season, they're kind of a little bit. And the sophomore season, they make a huge jump. Look at Noah Fant. Look at TJ Hawkinson. That's usually what happens. It usually takes them about that second season in order to do that. So now you're looking, Kyle Pitts is performing when Matty Ice is 36 years old.
Yeah, but for me, he's going to be – I don't think he's going to have the responsibilities of blocking a whole lot as a tight end. They're just going to use him as a weapon type. And remember, there's been rumors that they want to move Julio Jones as well. I mean, that could be another precursor to why they drafted him. Maybe they are seriously considering trading Julio Jones.
Wow. If they move Julio Jones.
Saves them $11 million on the cap. And remember, they were up against the cap. They had to restructure Ryan just to get underneath it. I mean, that's what happens when you give guys too much money for long term for older players. It comes back and bites you in the butt.
So now we've got the Cincinnati Bengals on the clock. Obviously, team needs we're looking at there. People throwing wide receiver out there all that often. Again, I don't think if you're looking wide out, I don't think 1st round. I'm sorry. I mean, offensive tackle for certain. I think Penei Sewell is a must at this spot. tight end, interior offensive lineman, and an edge rusher.
Yeah, I mean I think it should be Penei Sewell. He's another guy who sat out this year, right? So, and he was right. He's rated as a stud, but he didn't play last year. So, when he's still young, he's only like 20 and a half. So who knows, developmentally where he's at. I mean, you played ball, so what happens if you take a year off?
I'll be honest with you. I'm not worried at all about Penei Sewell. That kid, I've watched his game. That kid can flat out play. He can flat out play. I mean, you look at how smooth he is there. You look at how smooth he is there, and his kick power always keeps his head out of the block. He's got a powerful punch. He moves well. He's fluid. Outside zone, he's got that down pat. He can go ahead and make sure he could down block, wash down the line of scrimmage. He could sometimes get a little bit lazy. That's about the only con I found there on him. Sometimes, and again, we're talking backside of plays. Sometimes he gets a little lazy because he's got that killer instinct. He's got the instinct of, hey, I need to drag somebody and pound him into the dirt. And sometimes he can get a little lazy. He gets, away with just his skill. And that's one of those things that's easy to change the mindset. When he's challenged on a more consistent basis, when he's in the NFL roster, you're going to see that change. I 100% believe that.
Okay. To me, their pick is in. They haven't announced it because they're on commercial. That's one thing, hey, everyone who's listening, we're here pretty much for the duration. Maybe we'll take a couple-minute break halfway through, but we're going to be with you the whole time.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. And again, it's just two guys who love to talk sports, giving you their opinions and hot takes, not being as corporate as some of the other productions, having a good old time between myself and the grumpy old man. Yeah, but I'll tell you, I'm excited about Penei Sewell. And again, he was the Outland Trophy winner in 2019 too.
Yes. He only played as a true freshman. He played half the year. He got injured, and then he won every award an offensive lineman can win in his second year. I would like to see him play. I mean, sat out. That's what makes this draft tough, because you're going to see guys.
I don't think this pick is a tough pick. It makes some picks tough for guys that had holes in their game. I really don't think this guy has any hole in his game. I really think this is a sure can't miss offensive tackle. There is no way in hell you miss on him. Again, I'll talk a little more about it. Pass blocking. He sits heavy to the inside, but also has the quickness and the quick feet in order to cover a wide 9 edge rusher there off the edge. I mean, to be able to hit and guard against that heavy bull rush, to sit with the heavy inside, as well as to be able to get anybody you have as a wide edge rusher, that's unbelievable. And you look at his run blocking, it's also there. He's also got an unbelievable football pedigree too. His brother Noah Sewell, his younger brother Noah Sewell there for Oregon. He's a guy who was a 5-star rated recruit there, a linebacker who killed it last season there for Oregon. And I think he's got two older brothers. One played for Nevada, the other one there played for Oregon. But he's got the football pedigree.
Yeah, what I meant by this draft in particular, I think you're going to see guys who get picked in the first round who maybe shouldn't be there, and then you might get steals later on in the draft, honestly. With guys who were maybe just like a Joe Tryon, like you mentioned. I don't think if he goes in the first round, maybe Tampa is a spot for him at the end. They didn't edge rusher. But I don't think you'll see him go any earlier than that. Now, he did have a fantastic pro day, Joe Tryon. But remember, he didn't play it all last year either. I just think it's tough because you have to rely on film that's 2 years old.
Well, you're going to be drafting based off of potential. We got a comment there for Stephen Porter. He says, just marry the guy, TJ.
Ooh, ouch.
I'll tell you, I could not be more high on an offensive tackle than I am that guy. There's certain players you look at and you say, this is a can't miss player. I feel that way about Penei Sewell. He's another can't miss offensive lineman. And this draft, you've got quite a few offensive tackles and offensive linemen that you expect to see go here in the first round. It's going to be interesting to see how that pans out, where they go, where they fall. For the most part there, the first two are pretty much cemented in. It's going to be Sewell, and then Slater's the number 2 there on the board.
Slater was another guy who opted out last year.
Yeah.
But just to let you know, Cincinnati being Cincinnati, picked Jamar Chase. Good job, Cincinnati. That's why they're the Bungles. That's why they're the Bungles.
Here's the thing, Cincinnati Bengals, and I heard that they wanted to, Jamar Chase is an unbelievable player. Let me tell you about Jamar Chase. That son of a gun can really play. Did you ever have a chance to look at the numbers he put up last season or 2 years ago there when the LSU Tigers won the national championship? Did you have a chance to look at the numbers he put up, Grump?
I absolutely did not.
84 catches, 1,780 yards, 20 touchdowns. He was by far the best wideout on that team. He was unbelievable there. And, this is, I guess, them saying, hey, we want to go ahead and reconnect Joe Burrows and Jamar Chase. They had unbelievable chemistry there at LSU. We want that here again. This is the only problem I have with it. T. Higgins really came onto the scene and really proved that he could be a great wideout. Tyler Boyd is another, Pro Bowl caliber wide receiver. And now you're drafting here another wide receiver this early in the draft. You just have to wonder where the priorities are. Joe Burrows is running like a madman back there. You want to make sure you can protect him. You want to make sure that he's got a long career. And I thought that Penei Sewell, you don't see talented offensive tackles like this all that often, and you pass up on them for a little bit of offensive flair at the wideout position.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's a big kid, right? He's 6'3", 201, another opt-out last year. And so you're looking at film that's 2 years old, obviously super talented, can really run. I mean, really good making plays with the ball in the air. I mean, without a doubt, fantastic wide receiver. But to me, it's a deep wide receiver draft, as I said before, really deep. You could have got somebody, I'm not going to say the same as, but maybe comparable in the second round if you felt you had to go that way. T. Higgins.
He is a very, very polished route runner. He's got excellent speed, as you mentioned. He's a sure-handed catch as well. I mean, no harm there for Jamar Chase. I think he's going to be successful. I think he really has what it takes there to be successful. I just think for what the Bengals' needs are, I just don't think that was the right selection.
Yeah, and he's tough too. So, for me, I'm just like, I don't know. I just think they need an offensive line desperately. You need to protect. What's more important, a quarterback or a wide receiver, right? It's a quarterback. It's always the quarterback. You need to protect the quarterback if you want to be successful in the NFL. And I guess the Bengals don't think so, and that's why Joe Burrows is rehabbing right now. So typical, like I said, typical Bungles. But what does it do? Now Sewell, as far as I'm concerned, should be penciled in with the Dolphins at the number 6 pick, without a doubt.
For certain. And I'll tell you too, one more bit there on Jamar Chase. Does a good job of tracking the ball in the air. And also he can find the soft spots in zone coverage. When you can do that, when you've got the route running ability, you have the speed and your deep ball threat like that, you can really slice and dice defenses apart. And I'll tell you, he's going to be joining a team to where they have already quite a few offensive weapons there and at wideout. And then you look at Joe Mixon there at running back. I mean, you've got quite a few offensive weapons on the Bengals. Joe Burrows definitely won't have anything to complain about not having the wide receiver core around him. I can promise you that much.
Yeah, but he wasn't even – he was throwing the ball to those guys last year. So, I didn't think they were lacking for weapons. I just didn't think their offensive line was good enough. You got your quarterback killed as well. So,
moving on to the Dolphins. Needs, wide receiver, edge rusher, running back, tight end, and offensive tackle. And it's funny, right? You say that this makes it where you have to pencil in Penei Sewell here to the Dolphins. The funny thing is, if you look at last year's draft by the Dolphins, they had quite a few picks. It's 6 picks in the first 3 rounds, right? Austin Jackson, 18th overall, didn't really perform that well. He was underwhelming last season. I thought, again, the offensive tackle there from USC was going to need some time. He was going to need some time there to develop, and I still think that's the case. In the second round, you draft also offensive tackle Robert Hunt. So,
he's more of a guard. He's more of a guard. I know they list him as tackle, but he was a guard.
Yeah, I know. They're probably going to kick him in, and now you've got Penei Sewell here who's going to be the left tackle there for you. So, if you look at what they've done here in the last 2 years in the draft, you've now selected 3 offensive linemen, in the top 2 rounds of guys that you expect to be cornerstones there to really go ahead and protect Tua Tagovailoa.
Also, think about what they did this offseason. They traded for Wilson, who was a first-round offensive tackle with Tennessee last year.
Yeah, Wilson, yeah.
And they first 7th-round pick. He went down to Miami. I think they cut him within a week.
He was doing a lot of crazy stuff in the streets, if I recall. He just looked unhinged. Hopefully, he gets some mental help. But yeah, they went ahead. They're still looking for offensive linemen, so I think it's pretty obvious that Penei Sewell's it. You also look real quick. I don't mean to cut you off, Grump. They brought in Will Fuller at wide receiver this offseason. You talk about really helping out that wide receiver core. It just used to be Devontae Parker. You add Will Fuller. I think that adds a little more pop.
And also they had, I think, was it Eric Flowers who they had last year?
Flowers, yeah.
They just traded him, I think, yesterday or the day before. So he's gone too. To me, it's a no-brainer that you draft Sewell. To me, how do you not make that pick right there? Guy staring you right in the face. Like I said, deep wide receiver draft. You can get a wide receiver later, but a top-tier offensive tackle, they're so tough to come by. The pick is in. Who are you predicting for the pick, TJ?
I'm going to say it's Penei Sewell, Grump. I think there's no way it's not going to be. I mean, Roger Goodell, I'll tell you, what a cushy gig Roger Goodell has. Obviously he gets hated on a lot, but man, oh man.
Well, the Dolphins being the Dolphins select Jalen Waddle, wide receiver out of Alabama.
Oh!
Right? You wonder why teams are bad year after year.
You've got your first player starting to slip a little bit. Mac Jones, I guess, off original predictions is starting to slip, and Penei Sewell starting to slip a little bit too.
Yeah. I think Detroit's up next.
Yes, they are.
And here's the thing, Jalen Waddle is a really good wide receiver. I mean, I don't want to paint him as like, I mean, he was rated the second wide receiver on the board. I think he's better than Devontae Smith because you can do more things with him. Devontae Smith just looks so small to me. Players like that worry me in the NFL. You hit a guy like that hard, and they're out for the year. But Waddle can do a whole bunch of stuff. He can do a whole bunch of stuff.
Here's my issue with Waddle. Go ahead, give me who he's compared by.
Tyreek Hill is who they compare him to.
Okay, gotcha. When I hear comparisons, I don't give two craps about it because most times they're just trying to throw a name out there. They'll compare somebody in the 5th round to, he's kind of like Tom Brady because he looks a certain way and he carries himself a certain way. I'll tell you this much, right? The one that I had 2 items I didn't like there about Waddle. Had a few drops. Don't like that at wide receiver. And also, when you're playing there for Alabama, he was never schemed against. And I don't think he's going to be schemed against there for the Dolphins because they have other weapons around him. So I think it's not a terrible fit. But if you're going into a team there where you're like, hey, I'm the guy at wide receiver, you wonder, okay, what is it going to look like there to be schemed against? And this is another situation too, right? The Dolphins are selecting another Alabama wide receiver that Tua Tagovailoa has experience with and had played with there last season.
I find it interesting when they asked Smith and Waddle who they'd rather play with, Jones or Tua, and they both picked Jones. I mean, to me, that's telling. I don't think Tua is that great a quarterback.
Tua is not the answer there. For certain, he's not. I'll tell you one thing though. I guess it means that they're confident. Even though the Dolphins traded there for Isaiah Wynn, they just traded away Eric Flowers. They still must feel confident in their offensive line enough not to go ahead and pick Penei Sewell. Or maybe they just thought that Waddle was so unbelievably talented, Jalen Waddle, that they couldn't miss up on him.
Now Detroit is on the clock.
Here's my thing. I'm big on Penei Sewell. Anybody that has an offensive tackle need, you've got to look. You've got to consider it. I don't care what you thought going into the draft. You have to consider a pick like that.
I think they need tackle help, but I don't think Sewell slides any further than to Carolina. But Carolina might be looking at Justin Fields as well. So who knows?
Huh. We'll get to them later here because I don't want to kind of glance over their Waddle. I mean, like when I was looking at his play, 20 of his career touchdown catches there for Alabama were 50 or more yards. You want to talk about a guy who's got the home run threat? Waddle has it.
Yeah, I mean, no denying his talent, without a doubt. I just think games are won and lost in the trenches. They really are. You can have the flashiest weapons all over the place, but if you can't protect your quarterback, it doesn't matter because you're not going to be able to get the ball to those guys. I like I said, Miami, they had all those picks last year. How many of them really panned out? None. I mean, they should have picked Herbert over Tua for certain. And, when we talked about that last year, I was definitely for Herbert all the way. Then they picked the unknown cornerback, and then Jackson, the tackle, who could barely get on the field. He needs to get bigger and stronger. I mean, then Hunt played for him, but he's a guard. Like I said, he's an interior lineman. But bad teams manage to just keep on making mistake after mistake.
Yeah, for certain. And I'll tell you one last year bit on Waddle. Again, he has the ability to run good and crisp routes there. He does a good job there on his double moves and really creates separation. These are some of the notes I've got there on him. Again, also excellent ball skills. He's got that maintainable speed. Obviously, it was unfortunate he broke his ankle this season. But I guess the Dolphins really want to do everything they can to put a lot of offensive weapons around Tua Tagovailoa.
Yeah, well, like I said, he'll probably be hurt pretty soon once he's in full-time duty. I mean, he's injury prone. The kid's injury prone, right? Just looking at the Lions, do you think they're happy with Jared Goff as quarterback? Is that a possible destination for Fields or for Jones?
And that's a good point here. I mean, like they traded away Matt Stafford this offseason for Jared Goff. They picked up some draft capital along the way also. That's interesting here. Maybe quarterback is something they're looking at, but if you're not titillated by any of these options, or maybe you think that Jared Goff is the guy, maybe you think that he can go ahead and manage your way there to a Super Bowl. I mean, new coach there, Dan Campbell. And again, crazy.
He's a freaking goof. He's a goof. He's like, there was an old comic strip called Tank McNamara, and they're all in Detroit. They're all freaking high-fiving one another over here. So I don't know who they picked.
I'm gonna let you know something here, okay? Dan Campbell was a goof there for the Dolphins. He's grown up a lot. You haven't seen his interviews. You haven't seen him on the Pat McAfee show. I've enjoyed watching Dan Campbell. I actually laugh at him. I like him. I would love to play for a guy like that. And you haven't seen him yet. When he was young and he was a coach, man, he was kind of crazy. He was over there thinking he could still play. And he even talks about that. I think he's matured up a lot. I'm not sure if he's going to answer there for the Lions, but he has changed a lot since your original analysis of it. He's a goof.
No, I saw his introductory press conference, and I'm like, holy crap, he's the same guy. He's a jock. He's you know what? Big, dumb jock. Okay, Lions pick is in. Who are you picking for that?
Who they select here?
Penei Sewell.
Okay. I'm about to tell you, that is not a bad selection at all. I love that pick there for them. You can go ahead and add some more protection there for Goff. And then also you look at it too. You want to start trying to establish the run game, right? DeAndre Swift is who they selected last year as a running back there.
Very versatile. Very versatile.
Exactly. Can catch the ball out of the backfield. Also a good running back there. So, they're going to have a little bit more of hopefully an offensive push there on the line of scrimmage here with Penei Sewell immediately day one.
Yeah. I mean, you can never go wrong with drafting an offensive lineman who's going to play 10 years at extremely high level. The thing I say about Goff is if he couldn't succeed playing for Sean McVay, who's a very quarterback-friendly offense, how's he going to do in Detroit with, Jarhead, Dan Campbell is the coach?
You know what? You've made me the biggest Dan Campbell fan in the world now. I'm a huge Dan Campbell fan just because of you, bro.
I mean, I was a fan when he played tight end. I think he played for the Giants for a while. I mean, but he's a lump. I don't know. I just don't think he's much of a football coach.
Well, we're going to see this time around. I will tell you, though, man, oh, man, the Lions seem to be in a perpetual rebuild. So who knows? Grump, it looks like you have a rave going on there. I see just a flashing and flickering lights of the draft going on there.
Yeah, that's right. Because I have the television on, and that's how I'm not able to telepathically know what these picks are. I have to actually see them when they come up on the TV screen. That's why I'm able to feed you the information with the correct names. Unlike yourself. But the whole thing is, you see, I just find it interesting. Detroit, Wayne Fonts, Jim Caldwell, Matt Patricia, Dan Campbell. What do they all have in common? They're crappy head coaches. And it's just funny that they all seem to coach in Detroit. I mean, there's reason why teams lose every year, year after year after year, because they're just not strong in the front office. And I feel that's what you're seeing in Detroit. I thought that Campbell was just I could not believe he got the head coaching gig. I couldn't believe it.
Well, they must be pushing. They must be pushing for a little different there, grumpy old man, than you'd think. I think it's a good selection there by Penei Sewell, and it kind of moves us there to the next bit. I mean, I've talked about Sewell. I've hyped him up quite a bit there, and rightfully so. I think one last bit about him: he's got a good, strong, and compact punch there as well. So good pad level also. Just can get a little lazy at times. So you'd like to see that worked out of him. But a great pick there by the Lions. That's not one they're going to regret at all. And now up on the clock, you've got the Carolina Panthers. The Panthers have needs there at offensive tackle, corner, tight end, wide receiver, and Grump, you put down quarterback. I guess you don't think Sam Darnold is going to be the guy there.
Well, they traded a Teddy Bridgewater. So the only quarterback on your roster is Sam Darnold right now. So, I realize he's 20.
They've got PJ Walker there as well.
So the only quarterback on their roster is Sam Darnold then, because PJ Walker sucks. The one thing you had with Bridgewater, he was a veteran who could come in and perform for you if needed. I know he was a starter last year. To me, he's not really a great starter. But for me, Justin Fields or Rashawn Slater. Those would be, for me, once again, Slater was an opt-out, but Justin Fields could be the pick here. Either that or Slater. That's my prediction, because they do need offensive linemen as well. I'll be interested to see who they pick. I'm going to give you a choice. Who are you predicting they're going to pick?
Segment it like that. I'll be fine. I could roll with it. I'm going to tell you one thing. I don't think Fields. I'm sorry. I know they didn't have to give up too much there for Sam Darnold. If you feel like one of those quarterbacks has what it takes there, or you feel like they're one of those talents that you cannot believe they slipped all the way to the Carolina Panthers, then sure, go ahead and draft them. I have no problem at all there with Slater. I really don't. Think about it. They need offensive line. They want to go ahead and put protection there around Sam Darnold. And you look at what they've done here in the offseason too, right? They brought in Pat Eflin and then went ahead and brought in Cameron Irving. Okay, so they've added 2 guards to that team. They're trying to rebuild the offensive line. I wouldn't be shocked at all if maybe they're looking Slater here at offensive tackle. They need help on the offensive line. But here's the thing, though. Sure, maybe they could go ahead and draft the quarterback. It depends on how much confidence they have there in Sam Darnold, and we will have no idea until the season starts or until we see who they draft. I can tell you one thing. If they draft Justin Fields or they draft a guy like Mac Jones, I can promise you this. Sam Darnold's career is all she wrote. It's all but just about over.
No.
When you have a team that traded for you, gave up a second-round pick, drafting a quarterback, they don't even feel confident in you. They gave up the voice to acquire you, and they don't even feel that confident in you.
He's 23 years old, and he played for the Jets. His career isn't over. He'll get a shot somewhere else. But here's the thing. I've heard in the last couple of days that the Panthers were really – Justin Fields would be the one quarterback they consider. They consider him the second best prospect in the draft. That's what I heard. And he's still available. So for me, okay, we picked up Sam Darnold, but you know what? We really love Justin Fields. Let's go with him. And the pick is in. I'll be really interested to see who they pick. I'm going to say it's going to be Justin Fields. I mean, that's what I'm thinking. And there's our boy Goodell. He's making the selection.
I've seen Patrick Surtain up on the boards as well. I've seen people predicting the corner there from Alabama too. Again, not a bad pick. You can always use corners. He's head over heels the best corner in this year's draft as well.
Well, they picked J.C. Horn, cornerback out of South Carolina.
Really? So here's okay. So they went corner. Here's the thing there with J.C. Horn. He is way too handsy for my liking. You see it happen with occasionally corners that enter the NFL, and you'll see them like, oh, they've been called for XYZ amount of pass interference penalties. They've got good size. They just need to trust in their feet more. When you have corners that get too handsy and they maul receivers, they're going to get called for that in the NFL, or they're going to get exposed. You saw the same thing happen with Eli Apple, right? He never really lived up to where he was drafted. It's those big guys who try to maul receivers and the lesser talented receivers in college don't get away with that in the NFL because the talent's just it's too high.
Yeah, but he's chippy. I mean, he really is. He's not afraid to mix it up out there. I will say that about him. He's got good size for a corner. To me, second best corner in the ACC. I'm sorry, in
SEC.
In the SEC. But I think maybe the third. I'm going to go with
now.
I'm sorry.
I was like, you were stalling around there. I didn't know if you need me to fill in. Come on now.
Patrick Surtain is probably the top corner of the SEC, but I think if he didn't have the back injury, Caleb Farley would have been the number one cornerback on the board this year. I mean, he also is another guy who opted out, played for Virginia Tech, and he had the surgery similar to Rob Gronkowski when he came out of college from Arizona. So, that's going to drop him on some boards. But I thought he was the most talented cornerback. When you mentioned Patrick Surtain, I think he's almost a lock for Dallas because now Denver's up next, right? So to me,
I think maybe Denver's looking. I mean, even though they traded there for Teddy Bridgewater, Bridgewater's not the answer. Neither is Drew Lock.
I feel they're a lock for a quarterback. I think it's going to be Fields, which causes Matt Jones to slip a little bit further.
I'll tell you this here too. When we speak about Horn, he's more of a scheme fit. He really will excel in a defensive scheme there with man coverage. That's where his bread and butter is going to be made. Long, rangy. Again, he's got the good confidence, but he just gets handsy. The pass interference there that we're going to see called on him for mauling defenders, I think that could be a little bit of an issue that could flare up. And his transition, I also wrote down, was adequate. You look at some of the guys there, how well they're able to go ahead and transition, how well they're able to exit breaks there and go ahead and jump routes. Some corners do it extremely well. I wasn't necessarily wowed by that factor of Horn's game.
Well, I mean, they obviously think – I mean, here's the thing. They need a cornerback. I mean, that was certainly one of the needs. So, and he was certainly one of the top three cornerbacks on the board. And it's always the eye of beholder. Like I said, another guy who opts out. And that's a tough thing. You're looking at a guy, a lot of players who didn't play last year. So you're going on film that's 2 years old. I just want to make one interesting thing for the draft. I think this is the first time since 1971 that three quarterbacks went 1, 2, 3 in the draft. 1971 was Jim Plunkett, went to the New England Patriots. Archie Manning went to the New Orleans Saints. And Dante Pastorini went to the Houston Oilers. And the interesting thing in that draft, in the third round, the Houston Oilers drafted Lynn Dickey, quarterback. I think he played for Kansas State, who also wound up having a distinguished NFL career. So, and that's, a lot of guys like to do bunch picks, right? It's like, okay, we have a weakness at this spot. Let's kind of flood it with talent and let the best man win.
Yeah.
Usually not in the quarterback. Usually not in the quarterback position, though.
The last time I could think about that, I wouldn't call it a bunch selection, is the Redskins when they drafted two quarterbacks in the same draft there with Robert Griffin III and Kirk Cousins. Both, I mean, Robert Griffin III, obviously the injuries didn't help, but both had a pretty successful career.
Yeah, Robert Griffin, he was fantastic his first year, and then with those running quarterbacks, you get hit a little bit too much, that's the end. And that's what. And Kirk Cousins has certainly had a more prolific career than he has. And then once again, who worked with them? Kyle Shanahan. Who worked with, Matt Ryan? Kyle Shanahan. Just interesting.
The quarterback whisperer.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. He thinks like his optimal quarterback. He always says is Kirk Cousins. Always Kirk Cousins. That's the guy he loves. I mean, maybe he's just a fit for his offense. I don't know.
Oh, Yeah, I don't get it. I mean, no hate there on Kirk Cousins, but still, ideal fit of a quarterback you'd like, maybe not so much. The Broncos, though, obvious needs there. Quarterback, they still don't have that position solidified. I'm not sure. They trade there for Teddy Bridgewater. If you trade for Teddy Bridgewater, I would find it hard to imagine you drafting a quarterback also, even though I don't think Drew Lock's the answer. Remember, they have a lot of offensive weapons around them in Denver. I mean, right? They let Philip Lindsay go this year. They go ahead and they added Melvin Gordon last season. And you look at the wide receiver options that they went ahead and made sure to add over the last few years. I mean, Jerry Jeudy, he kind of was an up and down season. Noah Fant is an unbelievable their tight end who's going to continue to grow into the role. And KJ Hamler, also you drafted last season. You've added a lot of offensive pieces around him. I really think offensive line is the need pick here. I mean, like their offensive line was hideous last season. Hideous.
Okay, so you're happy with Teddy Bridgewater and Drew Lock as your quarterbacks?
I'm not happy, but I just don't know what. Here's the thing: if I'm thinking there from an organizational standpoint, I'm not sure how that pick is going to happen.
To me, if you don't have a quarterback and you're picking in the top 10, and the guy who was the consensus number 2 quarterback in this draft when the season started, and I don't care what you say, the kid didn't embarrass himself out there on the field this year. He was sensational in the semifinals of the college football championship. I mean, I just don't see how you don't draft Justin Fields. I know some people say
the line is hideous.
Yeah, but he has escapability back there. Teddy Bridgewater doesn't. I mean, he's got that reconstructed leg that he has, and Drew Lock wasn't able to do it. I mean, to me, it's a no-brainer. I'm sorry. You need a quarterback. You draft a quarterback it's not like you're settling for somebody who's not that good. This kid was the consensus number 2 quarterback coming into the season. And the pick is in. They let it run all the way down. Most teams haven't been doing that today. It sounds like they really feel sure on their boards. And maybe there's not a whole lot of trade activity. It was all done before the draft. So it was interesting to see Denver's pick run all the way down.
Yeah.
So,
well, you mentioned that, right? Here's the thing. I don't think they're ready to give up on Drew Lock. I think Elway's happy there with Drew Lock, but who the hell knows? I can tell you one thing. You talk about Drew Lock's inability to perform last season. That offensive line is one of the worst offensive lines in the entire NFL. They are. And adding a guy like Slater, I think, helps out Drew Lock. I'm not sure if Drew Lock's the answer. In the same token, though, what happens? You're going to get Justin Fields there, and you're still going to have to be, running like a chicken with your head cut off back there in the backfield.
It's easier to pick up an offensive lineman than it is to pick up a quarterback, a guy who could be a franchise quarterback. There's just only so many of them in the league.
Oh, if you still think that Drew Lock has it, well, then you
can. They made their pick. They made their pick, and they drafted Patrick Surtain, which I'm surprised.
I am surprised. I know we have corner as one of the needs here on their team. They were offensively inept last season. It didn't matter what they had. Didn't matter them adding Melvin Gordon, having Philip Lindsay. Didn't matter what added pieces they had there at wide receiver. The improvements of Noah Fant. It didn't matter because your offensive line was hideous. And you don't address that need here with the first pick. You go ahead and pick up there Patrick Surtain.
Yeah, to me, you can get this is a deep lineman draft, offensive lineman draft. You can get that in the second round. You certainly can. To me, the greatest need they had was quarterback, without a doubt, quarterback. You still don't have a quarterback. If you're putting your eggs in the Teddy Bridgewater basket, you don't have a quarterback.
Here's the thing, too, right? The Broncos this offseason went ahead and added free agents there, Ronald Darby and Kyle Fuller, both corners. And now you go ahead and draft a corner here in the first round. It just kind of leaves you scratching your head a little bit saying, oh, wow, did you not think you addressed that enough there in the offseason? I mean, think you could have helped supplement that maybe with the second or third round pick. It had to be the first round pick you had.
It sounds like they were totally disappointed in the whole room, the whole defensive back room. That's what it sounds like to me.
And last year they drafted the corner there in the third round there. Michael, I'm going to mispronounce his last name, so I'm just going to say Michael O. They drafted a corner there in the third round last season too. So, now they're drafting another corner here in the first. What do you think you're going to be able to do? Win every game 1-0?
All I'm saying is, if you have a need for quarterback and you see a very highly rated quarterback there, you got to take him. You're not in position to pick a highly rated quarterback every year. You're just not.
I get that. I guess I think that Drew Lock, despite poor play last season, I don't put the 100% of the blame on him. Dude, I mean, if you watch all of those games, the time zone I'm in, we get to watch every single Broncos games. That offensive line was hideous, and they don't address it there with their first pick this season. Again, like I thought Slater fell to him there. I thought he was a good selection there for him. I know you say it's deep offensive line wise. You've got a whole bunch of guys who are, I don't think world beaters out there. You have a whole bunch of offensive linemen that are doable. You know what I mean? They could go ahead and fill a slot. They could be a tackle. They're necessarily nothing to write home about. They're just kind of there. You expect pretty much average consistency there amongst them. I think, though, again, Slater, if we're talking about it, he's the next guy I think that really has the ability to be special here at the next level.
Well, we'll see. Obviously, they didn't think it was a big enough need. I mean, and here's the thing. Let's not put Surtain down. I mean, he's a fantastic cornerback. Probably the top cornerback available this year.
For certain. Again, you talk about the transition. He closes on routes extremely quickly. He's got the good acceleration. Again, another guy whose best scheme is to play in a man coverage type of scheme. He's disciplined also. Gets beaten occasionally on deep ball threats or on ball fakes as well. So again, like I did go ahead and I did notice that there while watching film. In the same token, though, I think Surtain is. I think he's the best corner in this year's draft, but I just don't think that was the biggest need for him.
Yeah, his comparison is like Richard Sherman, long strider, big guy, 6'2", 208. So, he's not going to be twitchy out there covering routes. He's just not. But the fact that he really reads the game well. I mean, I think that's his – and you know what? As a cornerback, if you can read the game, that's really, really important. That is really important, really underrated skill. I know, hey, he's this fast, he's that. But to be able to read the game – and like where the game seems like it's kind of slows down, where the game kind of slows down for you a little bit, I think that really helps a player. Really does. So, it's not a bad pick. It's not a bad pick. I just thought once again that they had other needs that were more important. Now there's been a trade. Looks like Philadelphia has traded up from 12 to 10 with Dallas. I know Dallas wanted Patrick Surtain. Absolutely. Now, let me ask you a question. You have Jalen Hurts as a quarterback for Philadelphia.
Yep.
Do you make a trade and pick up Justin Fields?
Oh, I mean, you got a new coach there. And you're thinking to yourself, okay, what's going on there with the Eagles? If you're going to trade up, it can mean one or two things, right? You're afraid maybe the Giants were going to select a tackle, which I wasn't necessarily sure. I don't think the Giants would look at Slater. I mean, they drafted Matthew Pert and Andrew Thomas there last season, so I'm not sure they're looking tackle unless they want to kick Pert inside. Maybe you're worried the Giants might pick up a guy like Slater. But if you're going to trade up here, this is my thing. Unless you think the Cowboys were going to select a quarterback, I mean, like, there's no reason to think the Giants were going to select a quarterback. Why trade up there for selecting a quarterback 2 picks?
Because you're afraid that somebody else is going to jump you to get the quarterback.
Oh.
Like New England, for instance, would make the jump from 15 to 10 to pick Justin Fields, who I know that they were supposedly enamored with. If it's a quarterback, that's all I'm going to say. But, I'm just seeing, they allowed 65 sacks last year. That's a lot of sacks to give up.
Peters is finished. I mean, I love when people are like, oh, Jason Peters is still this, he's still that. Jason Peters is finished. So, you look at the losses this last season. Malik Jackson, their defensive tackle, Jalen Mills, as well as Deshaun Jackson there for the Eagles, and they go ahead and added this offseason. Anthony Harris there and Andrew Adams there, both safeties. I think, though, tackle is maybe the way to go, especially if you think the Giants were to pick and select a guy like Slater. Slater's slipping a little bit here. So,
or do they want to jump the Giants, who I think are hot for Javonte Smith, to get that wide receiver. Maybe that's the way they want to go.
Think about the Eagles too. The Eagles have big glaring needs. Their wideouts can never stay healthy. I mean, they draft Ragalor last season too. So I mean, they know and I've identified the need there. Wide receiver Jalen Ragalor is an issue. You've got Jalen Hurts, who's going to be stepping in as the new full-time guy. So you're thinking maybe you want to go ahead and add more weapons around him. Trust me, Alshon Jeffries is not getting any younger either. And then Fulgham came onto the scene late last year, but can you really expect him to continue to carry the load like he did in that shortened time period? Maybe they're looking wide receiver.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Maybe it's Devontae Smith, because I know the Giants were hot for him. So perhaps that's the move. To me, they're a team without a quarterback. I don't care that Jalen Hurts could run around, but he's not an accurate passer. He never was at Alabama. He wasn't at Oklahoma. And he wasn't last year with the Eagles. I mean, I don't know. I'm baffled that teams that have quarterback needs aren't picking them, honestly. The Fields kid is going to be a player. Whoever gets him is going to – you ask me who's going to be a steal? Justin Fields is going to be a steal the further he drops.
So they gave up a first-round pick and a third-round pick there. Is that correct, Rump?
To move up 2 spots.
I guess that's not a terrible price to pay. If you feel like the guy was going to be selected by the Giants, sure. But
well, that's it. If it's Devontae Smith, if that's the pick, which is in, so they're going to make the announcement shortly. I know the Giants wanted him.
I'm going to interrupt you. The Giants really. And the thing is, this is what also baffles me a little bit about the Giants. Right? They go ahead and address needs that they had this offseason at wide receiver. Again, John Ross, not a huge addition at wideout. He never really panned out that much. Kenny Galladay, I'm sorry. They went ahead and addressed him. They signed him to a pretty decent deal here this offseason. You think they want to add another wide receiver too? So like when I see stuff like that, I just kind of left, shaking my head a little bit. They have guys like Sterling Shepard. They have guys there already on the roster.
Okay. You just named them, right? Galladay and Shepard. They're both possession guys, contested catch guys. This guy is a playmaker. A guy who's got speed, who can get open. That's what you're looking for, something different from the wide receiver group that you have. I can see why the Giants were interested. Once again, I don't think Daniel Jones is that good a quarterback either.
You also have Darius Slayton. So, again, you got the deep ball threat there in Slayton. I'm just not sure. I would find it hard to believe if you bring in a guy like Ross, you bring in Galladay, that you'd say, hey, we're going to draft another wide receiver. We need to add 3 new wideouts to the room this year. Maybe they feel really confident that Matt Peart is going to continue to develop. He's going to be the tackle there for you, and Andrew Thomas is going to continue to progress. I mean, I guess maybe they feel really confident about that.
Yeah, I think the Giants wanted a wide receiver. It'll be interesting to see what route they go. Eagles selection is in. Who's your prediction? I'm going to say Devontae Smith. That's my prediction.
Doesn't matter what I think the prediction is going to be. I'm not going to select whoever I'm thinking.
Okay. Devontae Smith. There you go. That's why they made the deal, because they wanted to jump the Giants, because they knew the Giants were going to pick him.
Devontae Smith is an excellent wide receiver, unbelievable wide receiver. I think this works really well for the Eagles. I think this fits their need 110% of the way. The biggest knocks on Smith, he's smaller, he's frail, maybe some injury questions about him, but the guy is absolutely electric with the ball. You talk about a guy who can effectively get open in all 3 zones, short passes, mid passes there, and also long passes there. He does a good job of finding soft spots in zone. He runs crisp routes. He's got that explosion out of his route as well. I mean, you can't really miss there with Smith. I think that's a good selection. As long as Smith stays healthy, you're looking at somebody special there, wide out.
Yeah, and that's the worry with him, right? He looks frail to me. I mean, skinny. Looks like
he is.
Looks like you could break him. Just snap your fingers, he'll break. I mean, I just worry about really read thin guys like that in the NFL.
He's got great, unbelievable speed. I mean, that's also worth throwing in there too. You look at the stats as well. He had 117 receptions there last season, 1,856 receiving yards in 23 touchdowns. This definitely helps out the Eagles. They are in desperate need there for a wide receiver. I thought last year, they tried to address it there with Ragalor, and now this season they've done it here again. So, they are definitely taking meaningful steps to try to put the weapons that they feel are going to help Jalen Hurts succeed. And this is crazy too. Look at a lot of these teams with young quarterbacks. What do you see them doing? They are all drafting wide receivers. Joe Burrow, the Cincinnati Bengals, wide receiver. The Dolphins, wide receiver. Now we've got another young wide receiver, another young team, another young quarterback there with the Eagles, another wide receiver.
Yeah, it's a really good wide receiver draft. The whole thing is, if you have a need somewhere else and you can get a wide receiver in the second round, let's say, why not fill the in the world of sports, the most important position is quarterback. If you don't have one, you don't win. That's just the way it is. Jalen Hurts is not the answer for Philadelphia. He's not. I mean, did he impress you in his limited time there? I mean, you think you could scheme to stop him? I'm just not impressed by him. I mean, I'm talking as a player. He's a fantastic person. He really is. Special person.
Holy crap. This is the first time in This is the first time in Dave Gettleman's history that he has traded back. Dave Gettleman has never traded back in the first round, and the rumors were that the Giants were looking to trade back in the first round, and people were saying, hey, you'd see pigs fly before Dave Gettleman trades back in the first round. Dave Gettleman for the New York Giants trades back for the first time ever in the first round. I am shocked.
But why? Because the wide receiver you wanted wasn't there. Chicago's on the clock. Chicago's drafting a quarterback.
Guaranteed. They are.
Guaranteed. The only question is it going to be Fields or Mac Jones? That's the only. They will draft a quarterback. Their only solution right now, Trubisky is gone. Andy Dalton is their quarterback. It's a no-brainer. To me, you got to go with the guy with the higher upside, and that's Justin Fields.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm really curious as to what we're going to see regarding the return that they get back. I mean, they drop all the way from 12 to 20. You have to assume there's going to be some significant draft capital coming back in the way of the Giants. I like this trade here for the Giants, especially if, hey, Smith was your guy and you were able to go ahead and trade back with one of these quarterback hungry and quarterback needy teams. Not bad at all by the Giants. I will be interested to see what they yield back in return for this trade.
This is what the Giants get. The 20th overall pick, and this is for number 11, a 5th-round pick this year, a 2022 first-round pick, and a 2022 4th-round pick. Absolutely spectacular deal for the Giants, without a doubt.
You trade back 8 spots. You go ahead and get a first-round pick.
9 spots.
Or they went from 12. Were they 12, the Giants?
11.
Okay. 11. Gotcha. Yeah. I don't have the TV in front of me. Please do forgive me. They trade back there 9 spots. You go ahead and pick up a first rounder. You pick up a 4th rounder next season, and you said a 7th round this year.
A 5th rounder this year, a 1st next year, and a 4th this year to drop 9 spots. And here's the thing: you're going to get a comparable player at 20 than you were going to get at 11. And what does Chicago do? They get their quarterback of the future. And I think it will be Justin Fields. The pick is already in. We're going to find out momentarily, right? Mitch Trubisky, what did he do, right? He was a guy who could throw, but would also, who'd run a bit. I mean, you don't see – he was an athletic quarterback is my point. Andy Dalton, not. Nagy is a good coach of quarterbacks. So maybe he just didn't expect Justin Fields to slip that far. I think that would be a nice pick for Chicago. And certainly you don't trade up all that draft capital to draft an offensive lineman. You just don't.
They're definitely going to go ahead and select their quarterback, and that's good there for the Bears. If they feel that Justin Fields is the answer, that's going to go ahead and provide that there for them. I'll tell you, we are going to see Mac Jones on the slip and slide, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we're going to see here. You wonder how far he's going to slip. Do the Patriots look at him there at 15, you think?
You know what? That's going to be interesting. I don't know if they still think they can get Jimmy Garoppolo from the 49ers. You got to remember, Belichick is going to be 70. Bob Kraft is 80. Are they going to want to develop a quarterback for a number of years? I don't know. I mean, to me, they need a quarterback desperately. But with all the moves they made this offseason, they're built to win now. And the one thing, if you draft yourself a quarterback, Cam Newton is not the answer. He's not the answer. I mean, he was the worst quarterback in the league last year. So
it wasn't even close for a second. Trust me, when we get to the Patriots, it'll be a fun time to dissect the Patriots. But you're definitely going quarterback here. Justin Fields, when you talk about it, unbelievably strong arm. He's got the pocket mobility. He's got good placement with his throws. And he can actually adequately process the field. And some quarterbacks really struggle running through progressions. Like Fields does a good job. He shows that he has signs of, hey, I'm starting to run through progressions. I'll also tell you one thing. He could be a little indecisive at times, though, too, while passing the ball. And he could be a little indecisive in determining what route, who's his hot route, who's his primary. He could be a little indecisive at times there with that.
Well, the one negative that I heard was he's not real fast with his progressions. That's what I heard. But the way that the Ohio State offense is run maybe contributed to that as well. So just interesting. I mean, we'll see who it's going to be. I don't know what Goodell's talking about over here. It looks like they're a draftathon. I don't know what this is, but it's taking forever to make this selection. He's been up there way too long. The less we see Goodell, the better, honestly. And the longer that I just don't understand what the heck is going on. Now, some guy is talking here.
Okay, Grump. Well, I don't need you commenting on every single bit that's happening.
I'm going to give a blow-by-blow of everything that's happening right now.
People don't want to hear that. We're moving right along there, Grump. I want to talk more about Fields. When he had the adequate time, he could run through progressions. But again, when he does get that pressure in his face, he did occasionally go ahead and throw the ball up there for grabs, and you worry long-term.
Just to let you know, the pick was Justin Fields like we predicted.
Well, good. I'm glad we got a blow-by-blow of what color shoes and how Roger Goodell was breathing there from you also, Grump.
I just don't want to see him. I just don't want to see him. I mean, the less we see him, the better. Good pick by Chicago, though, really. They went out. I mean, because they're not a bad team. Their defense is really good, but they didn't have a quarterback.
If I'm a Bears fan, I'm happy with this selection because I think slips here in this role, and I think that is a guy who, he's going to need time to develop, but I think he's got a higher ceiling there than Mac Jones. I think this is a guy here who's got, you talk about the athleticism, he can make plays with his feet. It's going to be interesting to see what it looks like there as he gets more pressure in his face, how he adapts, and how he continues to improve, analyzing the field, running through his progressions, and being able to digest everything out there.
Yeah, he's a big playmaker, though, and he's tough. I mean, he's really tough and he's competitive. I mean, no matter what you're going to say about the kid, he's not a shrinking violet out there. I'm going to tell you that. So I think he'll fit good in Chicago, a blue-collar town like that. And like I said, I think that's a really good pick for them. And now I was worried if I was a fan of the Bears, Andy Dalton is your quarterback going into the season. I think Andy Dalton is okay, Andy, we're going to play you for the first 5 weeks of the year while we get the other kid ready, kind of like the transition the Giants did in the Wayback Machine with Kurt Warner to Eli Manning, or with Alex Smith 1 year as him to Patrick Mahomes. I think that buys them a little bit of time having Andy Dalton to keep the ship afloat before this kid's ready to play. But I think that's a really solid pick by Chicago.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Bears fans have to be happy with this. There's no doubt they're not happy with this pick.
Without a doubt. And now you have Dallas on the clock. They only dropped 2 spots. So, and I'm sure they're going to get whoever they wanted. Like I said, it was the they wanted Surtain. That was a secret. That was not a well-kept secret. Let's just say that. Everyone knew that.
Well, I was shocked he even slipped that far to begin with. I really thought he was going to be the first one off the board. That being said there, I mean, you're looking at the Cowboys. Do they look maybe at reaching for, a corner there in Greg Newsome?
Well, then if you or Caleb Farley, like I said, if not for the back issue that he had, he would have been a top 10 pick without a doubt. I mean, he's a big cornerback. That's going to drop him on some boards, but maybe not on Dallas's. I mean, Dallas could go another. Again, they could use an offensive line. Their offensive line was horrible last year. They could go for Slater.
Well, that's the funny thing too. They get heralded as one of the best offensive line groups you've ever seen. They did not look good as a unit last season. They did have some injuries. They did not look good as a unit last season, though.
Yeah, well, you got to remember Frederick retired. Zach Martin was injured. He's getting older. A lot of those guys, they were a great offensive line, but you add the years up. Well, guess what? The players aren't as good the longer that they go on because players age like vinegar, not like wine.
Absolutely, they're grumpy old man. I'll tell you here. I mean, this is where you really get into a time period where we have no idea which way the Cowboys are going to go. Because in the same token, as much as you'd like to say, hey, they can go ahead and improve the offensive line there, didn't look good last season. Think about it. They continually double down on selecting offensive players here in the first round. And, think about it here. They definitely need help there on the defensive side of the ball. Call me crazy. As the Cowboys, I was wondering, hey, do they maybe look at a quarterback? I know they franchise tag there, Dak Prescott again, but do they try to get an insurance policy, right? They've got the offensive weapons there around. Who the hell knows how Dak Prescott's going to return after that injury?
You're not going to draft a quarterback here. You just franchise a guy, you're going to be paying what, $30-something million next. Well, no, he wasn't franchised. They signed it. He signed an extension. So he's going to make a 4-year extension. So he's going to make $30-something million a year. You're not drafting a quarterback here.
Okay.
Not happening.
Here's my thing. I mean, if he doesn't pan out to be exactly what you want when he comes back, I mean, you're SOL. That's the point here. How much do you really think Dak Prescott has left in the tank after snapping the ankle the way he did? Do you think he's still going to be the same type of quarterback he was before?
I think so. His game wasn't predicated on running the ball all the time. He had that maneuverability in the pocket, and he could run if need be. But a lot like Patrick Wilson, like Russell Wilson, he only ran when he had to. I mean, that might be a little bit limited, but that's okay. I mean, as long as you can make the throws, that's the only thing that really matters. And he's certainly proven that he can do that. I mean, their offense fell off the planet when he got hurt. They had Andy Dalton there and whoever the other string of goofs are.
There's one thing that most fans can agree about for the Cowboys. The Cowboys fans, for the most part, are the most insufferable fans in the NFL. I'll tell you that much. I saw one of them dancing on the screen. I'm like, oh, the Cowboy fans. Oh, man. I cannot stand Cowboy fans.
I hate when the NFL pretends like, yeah, let's make this an event for the fans. Let's bring up these people who win some type of ridiculousness. You know what? That's why the draft goes on forever and ever. It used to be, and when it was insufferable when it was 15 minutes long. 10 minutes is long enough, but it's like, I don't care about any of these people who want to come up and they want to announce picks. Roger Goodell, that's your job. You want to do that silly stuff, do it on the last day of the draft when nobody's hardly ever even watching. First day, come on. I don't know. I don't even know how this woman got picked. Good for her, but it just drags the event on. That's just frustrating to me. The pick's been in for 5 minutes, and now they're finally making a selection.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you this much here. No matter what they do, it better be a position of need. You don't want to see them continue to double down on best player available like last season.
I think Slater here. That's where I would go with. I'd go with Slater. And the pick is Micah Parsons, linebacker, Penn State. Well, They need defensive playmakers. Their defense was hideous last year.
Sean Lee retired last year too, didn't he? Was Sean Lee still playing?
No, they let him go last year. But their defense was hideous last year. And Parsons is a playmaker, without a doubt.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Now, was Sean Lee still with the Cowboys last season?
No, I believe they cut him going into last year.
Okay, gotcha. I know he's a long-time Cowboy. I'll tell you this much about Micah Parsons. A guy who's got unbelievable athleticism. He moves well. He's big. He fits your prototypical linebacker. The biggest issue I have with him is he looks completely lost anytime there's a misdirection play. I cannot tell you. I could count. I don't have enough appendages to count how many times they'd have a play where it's where the pulling guard or a misdirection there, and he would have no idea. He'd end up on the opposite side of the field where everybody else on the defense recognizes where the ball is, and he's standing in no man's land, not understanding where the ball is going. He just completely does not go ahead and read and prognose those misdirection plays on the field.
Diagnose those plays. But you know what? But that can kind of be taught a little bit. It's because he's so aggressive, right? But what does he have? He's really freaking versatile. I mean, he can cover backs and tight ends. I mean, he can cover both, and he can really blitz. The kid's tremendously talented. I mein, you can teach that. I mean, I'm not saying you can teach elite intangibles or, diagnosing skills, but he could certainly learn that by watching film. Hey, these are you look at this, you're going to have to remember your responsibilities.
There's only a certain amount of keys that you're able to read on. I mean, like at this point, hey, you've had now, what is he? He was a junior there. I know he sat out this last season, but at a certain point, if you can't read your keys and you're the Mike linebacker, that's kind of distressing a little bit. You wanted to be able to, that's the biggest knock on him. I just don't think he's a complete linebacker. That's a big gaping hole in his game. I'm sorry.
I don't know if you can blitz and stop the run and cover running backs and tight ends. That's, first of all, that's not your middle linebacker anyway. He plays weak side linebacker. And if you can do that, all right. So diagnosing plays is his weakness. You can coach him up in regards to that. You cannot teach some of the other things that he has, though. I mean, I think for Dallas, that's a good pick because their defense and their linebacking core was horrific last year.
And again, he's got the ability to go sideline to sideline. He's got the pursuit there, the ball carrier for certain. He got the ability to slip past their offensive lineman. That always bugs me, even if he's a Will. I had it written down there. I couldn't remember if he was a Mike or Will. Just being so lost out there on misdirection plays bugs me about that. I mean, that's something I'm not sure. You think it's, hey, you can easily coach it away. I'm not sure. I mean, like the film I watched, he looked completely lost on multiple different occasions, and it looked like he was the last one to be able to read what was going on in the field.
Well, here's the thing. They desperately needed some defensive presence, and I think that's a good pick for them. Like I said, all right, your frustration is with the diagnosing skills, but he's got everything else, right? Yeah. So, I'm just saying I'm not afraid of that at all.
Stephen Porter says it's unfortunate there that Sandusky wasn't there at the time to coach him. Sandusky was a good defensive coach, awful human being there. Stephen Porter.
Yeah, he had some issues for certain.
Oh.
He's dead, isn't he? I think Jerry Sandusky, I believe he's dead.
Is he? Honestly, I can't really remember.
I think he went to jail, but I think he, I don't know. Here's the thing. I ain't following. I know I'm certain he got convicted of what he did. Truly horrific. But I think he's dead. I don't know. Paterno's dead. I know that much.
I definitely know Paterno's dead. The Los Angeles Chargers.
Formerly San Diego Chargers. This is where I think you see Slater go right here. I mean, I think they need an offensive tackle. I think he slides to them. I think that's a no-brainer pick for them, honestly.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, on the original mock drafts I'd made, I wasn't sure who they were going to select there, the Chargers, because they do need help there on the offensive line for certain. I mean, when we're looking here at the needs, positional needs, their offensive tackle, edge rusher, safety, corner, or tight end would definitely help there. Yep. So maybe this is it for Slater. I mean, you look at what they've done here this offseason. They bring in 2 guards, and they went ahead and lost their guard and tackle this offseason too. I mean, they brought in a center. They brought in a brand new center, 2 offensive guards, and you wonder if they're going to go ahead and go for the 4 new pieces on the offensive line by adding Slater.
Well, you know what? It's always good to have a bookend tackle and somebody, who's got to protect. Herbert has to be protected. So, and their pick is in. We're going to find out. I don't know if they're going to go to a commercial.
I'm gonna announce it. I'll be right back.
That's fine. I'll just keep talking. TJ probably had to take a little potty break because he has the bladder of a gerbil. So it's just going to be me here for a while. But you think about San Diego, right? Last year they get Herbert. That's why it's so important to have the right quarterback, without a doubt. The most important thing that you have to do is get yourself a quarterback, and they have one. Right? Last year they were saying, "Oh, is it going to be quarterback? Is it going to be offensive tackle?" Well, here it is. You have an offensive tackle slide to you now. Guy who was projected to be a top 10 pick, he slides to 13. Safe. Offensive linemen are safe picks for the most part. Guys who you plug and play for 10 years. This young man from Northwestern, I just think is a perfect fit for them. Another opt-out for this year. But you always want to have somebody who can protect your franchise quarterback. And that's, the thing about San Diego, okay, Los Angeles, formerly San Diego, new coach, Brandon Staley, right? And I think Anthony Lynn was just horrible as a coach, just horrible. They had a really talented team, and they could never seem to get out of their own way. Like I said, they did bring in interior offensive linemen this offseason, and Jared Cook came in to replace, to semi-replace what they lost in Hunter Henry, more of a pass-catching type. I still think they need to upgrade there. I don't think Jared Cook has much left in the tank at this point in time, but they did need a body. But here for me, the pick has to be Rashawn Slater out of Northwestern. I tell you, I used to love the Chargers' old uniforms, the powder blues. Really not a fan of the different kind of blue. And I always call them San Diego all the time. They'll always be the San Diego Chargers for me. I remember them playing as a kid when I was growing up with John Hadel as the quarterback, number 21. And they had Lance Allworth as a wide receiver. They always played the West, the AFC West, AFL West was extremely tough division. But they always put up points. That was the one thing that they could always do. They were like a Wild West show out there when Coryell was there. Before him, Sid Gilman was there. But they're a team that, once you have that quarterback, it's like everyone's like, hey, this thing is really getting good. You got to love it. And it's just funny. We see a lot of guys who opted out. They're getting picked early this year because what was the last film you saw on them? You saw a film on them 2 years ago or over a year ago. And, okay, you don't have time. You never had time to talk to people, right? And, when you do that, and here's an interesting point from Stephen Porter saying, does the COVID season play into factor in the draft analysis with the opt-outs? Absolutely. The one thing that a lot of the general managers and teams were complaining about was the fact that you wound up not having any access to medicals on these players.
Yeah.
And you didn't have one-on-one interviews with them, which is difficult. So just if your team is really good at assessing film, I think that's going to be really advantageous. But once again, you're looking at film that's a year old. So is he going to make a progression from 2 years ago, or is he stagnated, or is he going to go down? And that's the one thing that you just can't teach.
Well, I wouldn't say that you just can't teach it. You just can't know. It's obviously the unknown, grumpy old man.
Teach was the inappropriate word, but
you're monologuing there for quite some time there.
I know. And the pick is in, and it was Rashawn Slater. Like I said, that's a no-brainer. And it's nice to see some of these teams. You get Herbert last year, brilliant move. Slater, my gosh, I don't know if that was his dad back there, but this guy was huge. He looks like he's about 7 foot tall. And good for this young man. Like I said, went to Northwestern, so he's no dummy. I'm
going to interrupt. You've been talking there forever, Grump. I'm going to let you know something. I thought, honestly, Slater was a little underrated. He's not the tallest guy in the world, only 6'4", but he does a good job in pass for keeping his head out of the block. He's heavy with the inside, and he's got that good kick and power. Keeps inside hands in low pad level there, plays well. And if you look at it last year too, this is the thing that stuck out to me the most. he neutralized and shut down Chase Young last season. Absolutely neutralized him there. Not last season, sorry, 2 years ago. 2 years ago, he absolutely neutralized Chase Young, and that obviously was huge. And you think every single analysis also brings it up too. And I looked at the film; he did do a great job against Chase Young.
Yeah. The only thing I got to complain about him is his suit is horrible. It doesn't fit him right. You should at least get a tailored suit for this event. And I don't like the draft hats. I think they're idiotic this year. But I think that's a good pick for them. Without a doubt, that's a good pick. San Diego, like I said, they got rid of his positives. He's got really good balance. They compare him a lot to Zach Martin. But I think they're going to try him out at tackle before kick him inside the guard. I think he'll be tackle for them.
He's not going to ever play guard. That guy's going to be tackle. I can tell you just by watching. His movement skills are really good. Again, he's good. He keeps his head out of the block there in pass pro. He's got a good kick slide. He's never getting kicked on the inside there to guard.
He's just not.
He was.
He's just not real big. He's not real tall. That's my only thing about him. He's not real tall.
Gotcha there.
And I think he's played the right and the left-hand side, so he's got versatility as well.
Yeah, I tell you, not a bad pick at all there by the Chargers. It was needed there to make sure they add there some protection there for Herbert, making sure they're going to keep his pocket nice and clean.
Yeah,
big plus there for them.
You gotta like the move San Diego's made the last 2 years. You really have to like it.
Absolutely, there, grumpy old man. When you kind of go ahead and look a little further, though, now you got the Vikings here on the clock. Grumpy. And again, Vikings have quite some needs.
Yeah, I tell you what, I think they need an offensive guard. And I think the pick, well, I'll let you talk about what you think so far, then I'll tell you who I think they're going to pick. How about that?
Was that come?
I said I was going to let you talk first, and then I'll just tell you who I think they're going to pick.
Grumpy, you're not looking at me, grumpy old man. I had to walk away there for a second. Anyway, they need an offensive tackle. They need a safety, interior offensive lineman, corner, as well as edge.
Yeah. To me, the pick at this point is the offensive guard from USC. That's who I think they're going to grab. Elijah Vera Tucker. That's who I think they're going to pick.
I'll tell you, they could really go a lot of different ways here with this. I was not actually
Hold on. There's been a trade.
I was not as impressed. I was not as impressed with Elijah Vera Tucker as some were. Again, he's another guy that needs, I think, quite a bit of seasoning, my friend. Then again, though, maybe I'm hypercritical of certain positions. I'll tell you one thing. Sometimes when I was watching Elijah Vera Tucker, gets happy feet when he's back there in his pass pro. He just kind of starts stammering around a little bit, gets a little too choppy, and he's getting meaningless steps there. Wasn't a big fan of that. Sometimes slow off the ball at times. But he does work under control there to defensive linemen. When he gets inside hands, he's not an impact blocker. Usually just places his hands on guys. Wasn't a big fan of that. He can stop the initial surge, ease off, and get soft in pass blocking. Not good. He's good in the outside zone, but he can cover distance there in pass pro. A little lazy.
But he's a guard, right? I mean,
Here's my thing. Do you draft a guard at 13th overall or 14th?
Well, you don't, because they made a trade with the Jets. So the Jets are on the clock right now. So, and, we're in commercial, but the clock has run out on the Jets. So I'm sure that pick is in. When you're making a trade, you know who you're picking. It's not like, oh, let me make a trade draft day, and then let me sit here for 15 or 10 minutes because I really don't know who we need to pick. No, you're making a pick for a player. And let's take a look. Okay, if they're looking interior offensive line, maybe it is Vera Tucker, or maybe it's Caleb Farley, the cornerback from Virginia Tech. I think it's way too early if it's going to be an edge rusher. Maybe Jalen Phillips.
Okay, I'm going to let you know something. You keep pumping Farley over and over again. He's going to slip. When you go ahead and have a guy like that go ahead and get injured significantly, he's going to slip in the draft. You keep overvaluing a guy like that. I don't care what you think the talent is. When you get injured like that, you have a major injury, you're going to slip in the draft.
I predict he goes in the first round.
You're going to go ahead and predict him for every single team that comes up here?
No, just the ones who need cornerbacks.
No.
Those are the ones that make those. Every team needs cornerbacks, right? But I mean, if you're at the Jets, you're looking for an edge rusher, maybe Jalen Phillips. Okay, interior offensive line, Elijah Vera Tucker. I mean, hey, they are the Jets, though. Remember, you asked me the question earlier: could they possibly screw this pick up by not picking a quarterback when you don't have one on the roster? And I said no. Well, now at 14, they could definitely screw it up being the Jets, without a doubt.
Yep, I'll tell you, it's going to be. Honestly, I'm not sure which one. I'm not going to have a prediction for this pick. They are the New York Jets. I'm just expecting some sort of calamity to come from this. I can tell you that much.
Okay, but it'll be interesting. You have your quarterback. Well, how many years? Okay, didn't we say that 3 years ago? Well, you have your quarterback. Now you have to fortify things around him. Well, the Jets, you have your quarterback. Now you have to fortify things around him. Their offensive line has been in shambles for years. You have Becton. Maybe you need a guard now. I mean, interior offensive line has been an issue. I mean, within the last 2 years, and that's a safe pick, honestly. That's a safe pick. You can never go wrong by picking offensive linemen. I mean, how many guys bust out on the offensive line? I mean, really bust out.
You just got to know what you're looking for. I'm telling you again, like you could tell the guys who are going to have struggles and limitations. And the same exact thing, like again, you say, oh, Micah Parsons does X, Y, Z. Well, he's so this, he's so that. Again, you have to look at the areas of weakness.
Okay, I'd like to give you the details on the trade. It's the 14th overall pick and a 4th-round pick, number 44, goes to the Jets. And Minnesota gets the 23rd overall pick and 2 third-rounders, number 66 and number 86. So that's a good deal, especially if you're Minnesota and you weren't in love with anybody at that spot. You get a couple of third-rounders, and maybe then you could pick up. Remember, interior offensive linemen you can get later in the draft also. A lot of those guys slide. So, that kind of works out for Minnesota as well, because I know they're looking for offensive line help.
What do they trade back 9-10 picks there for that?
Yes. And they gave up a 4th and got 2 thirds. I mean, and it's a high third, right? It's number 66, which is like, second pick in the 3rd round. So, borderline 2nd round pick. And the pick is in. Let's see. You might want to make any predictions? Are you going to go?
Did you not? I told you, it's no point for us to make any predictions. I'll tell you here, it's the Jets, and I'm not very enthused with how they're going to take the pick. I just am expecting them to screw it up in some capacity. They always find a way to screw it up, and we'll see.
I think I'm gonna wind up dying maybe on the Vera Tucker hill on this one. That's what I think I'm gonna do.
I'm sorry. If you wanted to be a guard, it'd be wasteful for you to pick him this early, especially a guy who does have holes like that. I mean, Vera Tucker's far from a finished product.
Okay. Well, the Jets pick Elijah Vera Tucker. Thank you very much. It's a need for them. It's a need for them. And he was certainly the highest rated guard. I mean, I think you're real tough on being a former offensive lineman. I think you're extremely tough when you grade them.
Okay.
But he graded extremely high.
Hold on, stop. You got to be very tough when you grade them, because you just mentioned how many guys bust out. It's because people like you and people like everybody else just look at these like, oh, he kind of does this well, he kind of does that well. Got to look at all the negatives, because the negatives are going to be brought to the sunshine, my friend. And I was not very impressed with him. I'm sorry. He needs time. He's going to need time to develop. He's going to be another guy you're going to have to develop over time. So we'll be interested to see how it works out there for the Jets. And think about it. You look at it even 2 years ago, they brought in 2 or 3 different guards 2 seasons ago. So, you wonder kind of where that's heading. It does add some more stability there for Zach Wilson, so he won't be scrambling around back there like a chicken with his head cut off. With Vera Tucker, though, I'm just saying, I think there's quite a few holes in his game, and he's going to need an adjustment time period.
He gave up 5 sacks and over 1,000 snaps in his 2 years at USC. I mean, I'm sorry. They say that, I'm just reading. Here's the thing. I don't know offensive linemen like you do. I don't. Okay. But everything I've read is that he's got really balanced feet. He's quick at processing, has super strong hands. I mean, and that's what you want for a guard. It really is.
Yeah, I said
he's able to sustain.
He can get inside hands. I'm telling you, he gets happy feet at times, though. Not a big fan of that. And again, sometimes a little slow off the ball. Okay.
Well, that brings us to the Patriots, right? And I'm going to tell you what, that pick was in 2 seconds after the Jets pick was made. This reminds me of the Giants in the old days. They never took their time. They'd have the pick ready to go as soon as it came in. They never thought about it. So is this where Mac Jones goes?
Mac Jones, yes.
I'm sorry, Mac Jones. I'm going to call him Mac Jones the rest of the night. He's going to be Mac Jones as far as I'm concerned forever.
I can tell there, Crump. Yeah, Stephen Porter there says, just showed Mac Jones on the phone. Is he going there to the Patriots? That's sure as heck what it sounds like. I mean, this is a pick there. The Patriots, I think, fits right up their alley. They need a quarterback. Obviously, Cam Newton is not the solution.
No.
They need a quarterback.
No. And, what do they say about Mac Jones, right? Tom Brady-like, right? The way he plays,
unathletic white quarterback that can only stick around in the pocket. Is that are those how they compare him to Tom Brady?
Pretty much. That's what they do. I mean, Julian Edelman, why? Because he's a little white wide receiver who plays in the slot. Wes Welker, Julian Edelman, they all fit the same mold.
I'll tell you, Mac Jones is smart. He does a good job of looking off defenders. And you talk about the intangibles, you talk about the knowledge, the football IQ. He's already extremely far in that aspect of his game. He really is. So, I am impressed there with those items. I'm impressed with his ability there to read and understand coverage. He got good pocket presence. But also remember, he had unbelievable amounts of time there at Bama. You wonder, too, how things are going to look when he's under pressure.
Well, they desperately need a quarterback, desperately, and but they're built to win now. I mean, you spend almost $250 million in contracts in this offseason, which they've never done before, ever. I think all free agency throughout Robert Kraft's total tenure hasn't come up to that much money.
Well, you look at too what they've done here, what type of holes they addressed. Last year in the draft, they select tight ends, 2 tight ends in the 3rd round. This year in the offseason, they go ahead and sign 2 different tight ends there, Jonnu Smith there and Hunter Henry. And you look at it, they bring back Kyle Van Noy after he was released there from Miami. They bring back Trent Brown after he was cut there by the Raiders. And
the Raiders traded him. They traded him.
And then Matt Judon. I mean, he's an unbelievable defense. He's an unbelievable edge rusher there. Was there from the Ravens now to the Patriots. They definitely need a quarterback. I think this is a no-brainer for them. Whether Mac Jones is the answer, we'll see.
Yeah, they drafted Mac Jones. I just let you ramble because he was just finished walking up there. I wasn't going to cut you off, but they drafted Mac Jones. They had to. They needed a quarterback, so I think he will play next year. Maybe not the first game, but by midseason he'll be the starter there because Cam Newton can't play anymore. Obviously, they don't think much about Jarrett Stidham, but he looks like a guy who's perfect for the Patriots offense, just getting the ball out of your hands quick. I mean, that's what he goes through his progressions. I mean, there's things he does really well. Like I said, the only concern for me was he like a one-year starter, right? And that's the thing. Yeah, and, playing for Alabama is like you're playing with a semi-pro team pretty much. So, but hey, they needed a quarterback. They identified him. They went out and picked him. Now they have a quarterback on a manageable contract for 5 years. So,
yeah, we'll see. We'll see here if that pans out for him. I think it's astute there. Again, does a good job. You saw right there, stepping up in the pocket, delivers a lot of consistent passes, got a repeatable motion. I just wonder what it's going to look like when he doesn't have all the time in the world back there, because for the most part, he had unbelievable pockets there for Alabama. Things are going to be accelerated a little bit here, and his ability to make those decisions is going to have to be a little quicker now coming forward to the NFL.
Was anything different with Trevor Lawrence? When was he pressured in the pocket? Or Justin Fields? When was he pressured in the pocket? I mean, you could say that about any single quarterback. these guys play on juggernaut teams. They don't get pressured a whole lot. They're playing with a whole bunch of talent, and guys are wide open all the time. I mean, all you can do is
you talk about Trevor Lawrence, right? Alabama didn't face against number one sack defense in college football the last 2 seasons, which were the Pitt Panthers. So, they don't play teams like that. You talk about the pressure they put on them. They did have pressure in their face there for Trevor Lawrence.
The Pitt Panthers. Did you say the Pitt Panthers?
Pitt Panthers the last 2 seasons.
They suck. They suck. They're a crap team. Yeah. I can't. They suck.
Number one in sacks.
And guess what? Their players suck.
They were top 5.
Yeah. Their players suck. Yeah. I'm just telling you. All right. You can say that about any of these quarterbacks, particularly the guys who play at big schools. They're not pressured all the time for the most part. They're not. I mean, they have time to go through their progressions, and that's what Mac Jones does. He's able to do that. That's what makes him, I feel, a good pick for the Patriots. I really do. And maybe can set them up on another run. Who knows?
Yeah. I mean, now you get the Cardinals stuff, right? What type of needs do the Cardinals have there? Corner, running back, interior offensive lineman, D tackle, and edge rusher. Again, so now the Cardinals, they had a pretty decent offseason. Hey, they added A.J. Green, had injury problems. They also added J.J. Watt, also has injury problems. Lost Patrick Peterson. That's going to be a big one there. Kenyon Drake never really turned out to be what they had originally expected. After that little glimmer of hope there, or towards the tail end of 2 years ago. So, they do need a running back. I think it would be foolish to draft a running back this early at 16. You can go ahead and identify there a running back that's more than serviceable later on in the draft. So, I mean, here you're thinking, hey, why not add another edge rusher there to increase their defensive pressure?
Well, it's not a great year for edge rushers. Jalen Phillips is probably the top one. But he was at UCLA. He had concussion issues, actually quit football for a year, wanted to be in the music business. How committed is he to the game, right? That's the one thing you hear about him, because he certainly played extremely well last year. Gregory Rousseau, also from the University of Miami, opted out last year, and Phillips was able to shine, and he looked really good. Teams, the one thing they're going to have to look past is the injury concerns and his commitment to the game. I mean, because he certainly has talent. Or if they're looking cornerback, you know who they could pick, right? I mean,
yeah.
But the pick is in. The pick is in. A little bit off the board. Zaven Collins, linebacker from Tulsa.
See, I actually had Zaven Collins actually directly lined up there with him. The thing is, Collins is a guy who originally came in, I think, as a walk-on there. And you talk about a guy, he is built like a tree trunk. Oh my gosh, grumpy old man. I'll tell you, you talk about hey, does he have the pedigree? Does he look the part? I mean, when you're 6'5", about 260 pounds there at linebacker, whew, that's definitely something to look towards. And he's another guy who has all the abilities. He can really track there sideline to sideline there as a linebacker. He does also have issues there diagnosing misdirection plays. It's odd. We're seeing so many of these pop up, these linebackers that are selected in this year's draft class. He is, though, the best, I think, in zone coverage out of all the linebackers in this class here. Unbelievably talented there in zone coverage.
The comparison is Anthony Barr, played for the Vikings. They said he's really instinctive in coverage, and he can run. They don't blitz him, or they didn't blitz him as much. When you say about the diagnosis issues, you almost wonder if the coaches, particularly at a school like Tulsa, if they just say, just run like your hair's on fire. That's what we want.
No. I know that I'm sure people sometimes get a rep like that, but no, they don't.
So I'm going to tell you, that's what they did with Lawrence Taylor when he came in from North Carolina. That's what the Giants just said. He did everything wrong, but all he did was make plays. Belichick talks about it all the time. He and Parcells would say, geez, he doesn't know any coverages. He doesn't know any of our packages. All he did was make plays. I mean, and isn't that what you want from a football player? Just make freaking plays.
Here's the thing, too. Something that leaves me to be desired a little bit with Collins is for his size. I'd like to see him bring a little more punch to the party occasionally when he's going ahead and inserting on a pulling guard. I want to see him I want to see him get underneath and completely just stonewall a guard. I mean, he's big, 6'5", 260 pounds. He's not like some of these other linebackers who have to rely more upon speed. He's got the size. One thing also about him is he's been unbelievably consistent his 3 years at Tulsa too. You talk about consistency. Some guys are like, hey, they only have a 1 year. We have a very, very small sample size of them. You've got a large sample size there with Collins.
Yeah, but who do they play? You know what I mean? Is he a big fish in a small pond type guy? Here's the thing. Obviously, he's a man among boys, and he's going to be like that playing linebacker. I mean, how many linebackers do you see who actually play coverage linebacker or that big anymore? I mean, that used to be the way it was in the day, but not now. I mean, smaller linebackers who cover running backs. This guy can do it at 6'5", 260. I mean, that's just something you just can't teach, that type of ability. Like I said, the diagnosing thing, you can teach to a certain extent. But if a guy just makes plays all over the field, how are you going to complain? I mean, that's what it's all about, right? Making plays.
Yep, I wasn't too shocked there by the pick. I mean, now if we're starting to look forward a little bit, you got the Las Vegas Raiders. And I'll tell you now, the Raiders need some help. As you can tell, their team needs. You're looking at an offensive tackle, linebacker, inside offensive lineman. Looking at safety, interior defensive lineman, edge, and wide receiver. The Raiders need help about everywhere.
Yeah, and the only reason I didn't mention quarterback is because, well, I didn't think there'd be any available here. So, they were in the running supposedly for potentially trading for Aaron Rodgers. That's one of the teams he said he wanted to go to. San Francisco, not happening. Denver, I guess that could still happen. And the Raiders, for Derek Carr. So, I mean, I guess that could happen. I mean, but to me, if you're trading for Aaron Rodgers, you better be close. You better be close to winning, because why would he want to go to a situation where you're not close to winning? I mean, even though, Green Bay is still a good team, I don't know if they're good enough to win the NFC, but they're certainly right up there as one of the top, 3 or 4 teams in the NFC, without a doubt. If you go to Denver, is that the way it is?
Nico, by the way, there said, kid from UCLA was forced to quit. By the way, they have the 3 concussion rule there in college. Yeah, I remember. I know who you're talking about there. He did wind up quitting. He got in a bad car accident too. So he did quit. He went there to Miami and then started lighting it up there. So I know who you're talking about there, grumpy old man. It was Phillips, right?
Jalen Phillips, yep.
Yeah.
And he's, probably the top edge rusher based on talent. Not a great group of edge rushers this year. Just isn't. And he's probably right at the top. But like I said, they all seem to have issues. Now, the Raiders pick is in. The last 2 years, they drafted Ruggs, Josh Jacobs, then a cornerback, Damone Arnett, Jonathan Abram, a safety, and Kellen Farrell, who, boy, that was a bad pick, number 4 overall for defensive end, and he just, I'm sorry, that was a reach at the time. Remember, this offseason, who'd they lose? They lost Nelson Aguilar. I really don't think that's much of a loss, honestly.
He had – hold on, I'm going to interrupt. He had some good games there. Trenton Brown, never was a huge fan of him. I thought the Patriots, when he played for the Patriots and played well, they always did a good job of making sure they schemed to where he would be successful. You look at the additions, though. Yannick Ngakoue, not bad at all. I mean, Solomon Thomas also really helps iron out that defensive line. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. And they could go offensive tackle here. I mean, they could. Kid from Oklahoma State.
Yeah, you're talking there about
Kevin.
Oh, give me a sec here, as I'm pulling it up there.
That's okay, because the pick is in now.
Tevin Jenkins is who you're talking about.
Yes, from Oklahoma State. Might have to kick into guard. I don't think his speed are the greatest, but, played tackle at Oklahoma State and did a really good job, like a man among boys. Offensive tackle, Alex Leatherwood. I think that's a bit of a reach for him. I know he's got the name.
Holy shit, that's a reach.
He's got the name value, but I've never really been impressed by him. I'm sorry. I mean, I know he's played a lot, has good feet, but man, I don't know. I've never been super. I think he gets by on rep more than anything else. Playing for Alabama certainly helped elevate him. But this is a typical Raider draft pick, right? Reach, always reaching. Let's continue to reach. I'm surprised Alex Leatherwood was drafted here. To me, he was probably a second rounder.
Well, here's the thing too, right? I'm looking at guys and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, hey, who's got the highest ceiling? Who's going to need to go ahead and really perform day one there? You know, with Leatherwood, you know, he's got mechanical issues there with initial contact also. I was not expecting him in the first round. I was like identifying the offensive lineman that because I reviewed a few of them. I really did not have him going in the first round, especially a mid-first round pick. Thought there were a lot of guys better than him. You mentioned there, you know, the tackle there from Oklahoma State there, Tevin Jenkins. I mean, the thing is, he is a guy that I had next projected possibly to go there off the board there for tackle. I thought he was the third best in this draft class, but Leatherwood finds a way.
Yeah, I don't know if he's good enough to play left tackle. I mean, I seen him beat numerous times.
He's got slow feet. I mean, like you see him get beat there. You see him get beat because he's relatively slow feet. He kind of moves in a lumbering way, and you don't see many teams going with those, you know, toll booth type of offensive lineman like they used to have in the past. I think this is a reach here. You know, maybe he turns out to be successful. He's never going to be a guy who's shut down pass pro guy. You know, maybe he does a little better in the run game than some tackles, but Jesus, you know, the passing game is what everything's focused on in today's NFL.
Yes, without a doubt. Yeah, I mean, like I said, that to me, that's a reach. You could have traded back probably, gosh, I want to say 10 spots and still gotten him if he was your guy.
Well, the thing is, too, like, okay, he does do a good job of getting their depth on his kick pro. He's not going to go ahead and kick too wide. I mean, he does have pluses there to his game, and I think it's worth also mentioning it there. Relatively athletic there. I know he kind of moves like a lurch, but it's one of those odd types of movements where sometimes he can go out and reach there. He doesn't look too clean while doing it and smooth while doing it, but he could still reach their D ends. You know, I think he gets around a little bit more as rep, like you had mentioned there also. I think he does a good job of powering back down the line of scrimmage when people try to go ahead and hit him there with an inside pass rush move if they're working their speed to power. He does a good job of anchoring back in. So, you know, no issues really with that. I just worry long term where it's like, hey, now that you're in the NFL, you're going to have guys who have that elite speed. You're going to have to pick up the pace a little bit. I know you get good depth there in your kick slides, but now you're going to have people get to that point, you know, much quicker than they used to. So, you know, how is that? How are you going to be able to how is that going to translate for you?
Yeah, like I said, for me, I know the NFL Network said he has quick feet, but I'm just like, I don't know. I see him get beat a lot. Do you think maybe he projects to guard at some point in time?
Well, if you don't pan out a tackle, you always get pushed into some capacity in the guard.
And that's why you always draft tackles, right? Because you can always kick them inside the guard. Now, the Dolphins are up at pick number 18, and the pick is in. I'm interested where you're thinking they're going here.
We got a comment here from Mark S. He says, happy with my Islanders tonight. One of the boys there from the Islanders. What's up there, Mark? Glad to see you here. Who do I think the Dolphins are going to select? I'll tell you, you look back at their team needs again. We'll look at it here. They've obviously addressed wide receiver. They still need offensive tackle help. You know, maybe they can use help there for tight end with Gisselsley there next to him. Running back wouldn't be bad, and neither would edge rusher. I still think you go tackle here. You know, maybe they feel confident there in Tevin Jenkins. I know some people think Tevin Jenkins is the best offensive tackle in this draft behind Penei Sewell. Some people are really impressed with him. Again, he'd be the third tackle off the board, but some people thought he was better than Slater. So if you're in that camp, I could see, you know, somebody selecting there the tackle there at Oklahoma State.
Well, the pick is in. They didn't have to go very far at all. They wound up picking Jalen Phillips, the edge rusher from Miami.
Oh, gotcha.
6'5.5", 260 pounds. Like I said, great production last year without a doubt. Probably the top edge rusher. The negatives are, is he fully committed to football, and the injury concerns. I mean, and they're legit. I mean, you know.
Here's my thing. He was a 5-star recruit coming out of high school, too, now that I look back on it. Another thing he does have issues with, when you have counters coming his way, sometimes technique wise, he's not too sound. He gets a little too far up the field, making it easy for a guard or a tackle to kick him out. And it makes that natural running lane behind him. So again, he's got to squeeze the hip pocket of the tackle a little bit more consistently to try to go ahead and bounce it further to the outside. So that's something he does struggle a little bit with at times. I think he is a really good pass rusher. You're talking about production wise. You're right. It was great there at Miami last season.
Yeah, I guess my concern with him, like I said, is just the injuries and the commitment to the game. I mean, I know they compare him to Montez Sweat for Washington, who's on the clock now. But like I said, those are big concerns for a guy you're picking, in the first round. But, I mean, they needed edge help. They do. Now, let me ask you a question. Do you remember edge? An edge position is relatively new. You used to call them defensive ends or outside linebackers. And
now most already run 3-4 in some capacity. So like them calling it edges, like, hey, those defensive ends need to be covered in some capacity. So that's become more and more of a responsibility of that position. But yeah, I remember when it used to be just D ends and outside linebackers. I do remember that. That was back during the simpler days when things weren't as nuanced there in football. Also, the information I've got here on Phillips there, I thought he does a good job there with his dip and rip. He's got good speed off the edge. Also, grumpy old man. Good while chopping offensive lineman's hands. He's got active hands there, active and violent hands. Can also redirect there, can read what the offensive lineman's giving him and react. Again, meaningful steps there to gain ground. And he can extend while running the bell curve with long arms.
Yeah, like I said, if there were no injury concerns with him, and his commit, like I said, he wanted to be a rock star or a musician when he was at UCLA. Maybe he's grown out of that, but that's still a concern. I mean, but because certainly with the dearth of edge talent in this year's draft, I mean, he by far had the most production this year, without a doubt. A lot of those guys, like I said, opted out, and he was the one who produced. So he moved up the boards, and they certainly, the Dolphins need that. So let's see if it pans out. Usually they find a way to take a player who's nowhere near as somebody else at the same position available. So let's see how that pans out from this year.
Next up, we've got the Washington football team at number 19. A little over halfway there, Grumpy. We're in the home stretch here, headed around the last bend.
Yeah. So what do we think about? I mean, quarterback? Like I said, when your quarterback is Ryan Fitzpatrick, you don't have a quarterback. So
hold on, Ryan Fitzmagic is a great selection there. He's a great pick there. He's a great fit for the I almost said the Redskins, for the football team, the Washington.
Well, you realize you do have the little thing there that says Redskins needs. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me.
I feel like football team needs just be a little odd, so I had to call them the Redskins.
Or you could just put Wash. It doesn't matter. I don't care. Like I'll say again, you got Fitzpatrick is 38 years old. He's a stopgap. Is Taylor Heineke your answer at quarterback? No, he's not. I was surprised they weren't a little bit more aggressive trading up to try to get a quarterback. But, I mean, you have 5 quarterbacks go in the top 15 picks this year. I mean, 4 in the top, 11? I mean, that's a lot of quarterbacks.
It makes you wonder if there's maybe another guy they're going to maybe trade back for, or maybe they're identifying a guy later on in the draft. But, yeah, the football team is in a really, really odd pick here. It's unfortunate that they were the team in the NFC East that made the playoffs, because it's unfortunate no team in the NFC East or the NFC East deserved to make the playoffs last season.
Davis Mills out of Stanford is available. I don't think you're going to see him get picked here. Way too early. And Kellen Mond out of Texas A&M. A lot of people are high on him. Myself, I don't see it. He was way too inconsistent in Texas A&M. he doesn't even seem like a quarterback to me. I mean, I realize he plays a position, but still.
Got an additional question here from Stephen Ford before we get to this next pick. He said, do you see him getting beefed up talking about their Jalen Phillips and moving him inside? He looks too big for an edge rusher. I'm not sure. I mean, like it's one of those items.
No.
He's got to use his speed still.
He's an edge guy. The Washington pick is in, FYI.
Yes.
That's right. Linebacker Jamin Davis from Kentucky. Comparison to Darius Leonard. They said he's able to mirror tight ends, which, okay, there's a few tight ends I'm going to bet he can't mirror up on. But, for most of them, I think he's going to be sufficient for the job. A high pick for a Kentucky linebacker. When was the last time that happened? I can't even tell you.
No, there was a linebacker there or an edge rusher there from Kentucky just recently picked there high in the draft. I cannot remember his name. I pray that you can, Grump. Josh Allen.
Yep. How did it turn out for him?
I cannot. I do not recall, Grumpy.
Exactly. That's my point.
I can't say I'm a huge Josh Allen fan. Haven't followed him too close there along his path there. But Jamin Davis here. The biggest thing, I'll tell you, he played well. Only 11 starts under his belt. He works a good job there of working his angles in pursuit. He can work on his angles in pursuit. Sometimes he doesn't go ahead and take the perfect angle. Believes a little too much that he can get there no matter what and who he's going up against. He's got good vision and diagnosis there on the field. Good quickness, can evade blockers, and is lengthy and rangy as a defender. No slouch in coverage either. He's got pretty decent size. Obviously, a very, very short sample size we're looking at with that. So you really don't know the player's weaknesses all that well.
Yeah, and he's a guy who rose up the draft boards right at the end. No one was talking about him being a first-round pick in January. No one. Absolutely no one. But you know what?
There's another one of those examples where you perform well in pro day and move all the way up.
Yep. And here's the New York Football Giants are on the clock after trading back. Really good deal with Chicago. And if they're looking for wide receiver, well, you know what? There's still guys there. No wide receivers gone since, Philadelphia moved up and snagged Jalen Smith. So edge rusher, if you're looking edge rusher, I think they would have liked to have it.
You mean
Devontae Smith. Yep, Devontae Smith.
Jalen Smith, Grump.
Well, I know what I said was that you got to think that they probably wanted to get their hands on perhaps Jalen Phillips, who just went to Miami. You got to think. So is this where you reach for a cornerback like Greg Newsome, perhaps, or a Caleb Farley? I mean, you're lower in the draft now. I mean, if you're going to go offensive tackle or interior offensive line, maybe Jenkins is the pick. I mean, they have a lot of options, but I know they still need – they don't look happy in their draft room. I'm going to tell you right now. Every other team you see, hey, woo, we got our guy. But you look at the Giants, they're just like, shit.
Well, you know what it is? Gettleman traded back in the first round for the first time ever, and he's like, God damn it, I knew I shouldn't have traded back in the first round. He missed out on somebody he probably wanted over that time period. It's the only thing I assume. He's like, I'm not going to double down. I'm just going to go, here we go. Jesus, I hope the Giants don't reach on a player here. Oh, goodness gracious. We'll see, though.
Well, I just wanted to let you know that the Giants picked up the fifth-year option on Saquon Barkley. I know that make you happy.
I'm shocked.
And, in the last 2 years, Daniel Jones has turned the ball over 39 times.
Yeah, he's been hideous. He fumbles the ball left and right. He throws a whole bunch of interceptions. I mean, they feel confident that he's the guy. Just go ahead and improve the offensive lineman around him. Yeah, he's definitely not the answer. As it continues to grow, he's not the answer.
No. I mean, no. Daniel Jones kind of reminds me of Dave Brown, who they picked as a supplemental first-round pick way back in the day. And he was just terrible. He was just terrible from Duke. And I just don't get it. Maybe this is where the Giants go for your boy, Owusu Koromoa. Maybe this is where they reach for him.
Yeah, I don't think that's a reach. I'm telling you, I think he's one of the most complete linebackers in this year's draft. I really do think that.
I'm just going to say they look pissed. The Giants draft room, they're like, we want to kill ourselves. Our quarterback is Daniel Jones. We're not getting any talent that can do us any good this year. We suck. We're going nowhere. We drafted Eli Apple back in 2016.
Yeah.
You know, but the Giants pick is in. Maybe they're just going to say, screw it, go to the next team. We don't care. We're packing our bags. We're going home. We didn't get Devontae Smith. That's the guy we want. We didn't get him. Done. I'm done. That's probably what they're saying. Done.
I think they go linebacker here, and I think maybe Owusu Koromoa is the guy. It's unfortunate, right? Like, as much as you talk like, hey, there is depth there at wide receiver. I mean, like, Elijah Moore maybe is the guy you might see there selected, because he's another guy who played a few games before sitting out. Before sitting out like the last few there for Ole Miss. And he had a really good season when he was in there. So you wonder, maybe it's a guy like Elijah Moore. You also look here at the needs, right? Edge help. I'm telling you, I'd have no issue at all there with Joe Tryon, another guy who, is slipping a little bit. And I'll be interested to see what happens there with him, how far he does slip because he sat out this season. I think that's a guy who's got a really high ceiling.
Yeah, he didn't play last year. He had limited production in college. I think if anyone's going to pick him, I think it's going to be Tampa at the end of the first round. And that's only because they need edge help. I just think this is way too much of a reach for him. I mean, you have other guys who were more productive in the same position. You can't pick a guy just based off his pro day.
You think it's not just based off his pro day. You think he had limited production as a sophomore? He had 41 tackles, 12.5 tackles for a loss, and 8 sacks.
He had 6 of those sacks came in the last 3 weeks of the season. So maybe the light kind of came on for me. He had 2 in each of the last 3 games that they played. I think against Utah, Washington State, and gosh, I can't remember the other school.
Hold on, Grumpy. Is that you? Are you making an appearance there at the NFL draft? I see somebody else sitting on their couch.
No, that's a couch that I guess they bring up all these people and they sit on a couch. I don't know what it is. Here's the thing.
First time ever I just saw the couch on TV.
Okay, the Giants have picked a wide receiver. They were desperate for one. Kadarius Toney from Florida.
Go Giants! What a reach!
I mean, he's a good playmaker, and he's like a running back there, but he drops the ball a lot. And he's one of those. I mean, he's one of those little smaller wide receivers. Well, I guess he's like almost 6 foot, 190, but he drops the ball a lot. He was part, with Kyle Trask, the quarterback. He and Pitts were that offense last year. So, I mean, his 40-yard dash was 4.37 seconds. I mean, but he's a playmaker. Without a doubt, he's a playmaker. And that's what they wanted. They want a playmaker. But you could just tell by the dejection in that draft room. They're like, okay, we're going playmaker. We lost out on Devontae Smith. We're going to take this guy, and that's early for him. I didn't think he should have picked this.
People had him made late first round, probably more towards the second round. Here's the thing there. If you still were so hell-bent on Kadarius Toney, trade back into the second round again, Giants. I know you don't. I know it would have killed you, Gettleman, if your guy, we still didn't have the wide receiver we wanted. You traded back originally. What would it be to trade back a second time? Go ahead and trade back. I don't care what type of value you get. I mean, just don't reach for a player like this. I mean, you can acquire more draft capital and still probably get the same guy. I don't know. I think they're better players of position of need. Here is also the issue. You've addressed this offseason the need for wide receiver help, and you go ahead and draft another wideout.
Yeah, I mean, they wanted a playmaker. Bottom line, it's about getting a playmaker for Mr. Turnover at the quarterback position. I mean, that's what the whole thing was about. So, and here's the thing. With Daniel Jones' propensity to throw interceptions, this guy not being able to catch passes, maybe we'll see a lot of those bobble jobs that get picked off. That'd be just perfect, don't you think?
I'm just thinking this, right? Slade had a really good season. I mean, 2 years ago, and not terrible last season, but definitely left something to be desired. Sterling Shepard, when healthy, is definitely a good wideout and a playmaker, and Kenny Galladay. And now you go ahead and say, hey, we need to go ahead and additionally draft another wideout, and we're going to reach here on Kadarius Toney. Again,
yeah, but
not saying Toney can't be a fit there. I'm just thinking to myself, why not trade back Why not trade back another few additional picks? No need to reach for him here. And this is another pick to where I think the Giants reached a little bit. I think last year in the first round when they drafted Andrew Thomas, I thought he was probably the most complete and ready to play. But when you draft him at 4th overall, I thought that was a reach. And you look back on it, there have been offensive tackles who performed better than Andrew Thomas already to this point. So it's definitely not looking great the last few round picks that the Giants have had.
Yeah. You think about last year, they had the big 4 offensive tackles, right? Jared Willis, Mekhi Becton.
Yeah, Jelly and Willis, and then Tristan Wirfs.
Right. And Tristan Wirfs turned out, he was the last one picked, but he turned out to be the best of the bunch. Borderline Pro Bowl this year. Really solidified that right side of the offensive line for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in their Super Bowl run. I mean, he was tremendous. And that's, Andrew Thomas, they said he was the safest thing, but, he struggled with the Giants. So, it is what it is. I'm not ready to give up on him yet. I just think he had a rough rookie year. But I do think he got better towards the end. I really do.
I'm okay. Yeah, I'm not ready to give up on him or anything like that. I'm just saying, when you identify an offensive tackle and you draft him 4th overall and the tackles around him have excelled and have played well so far in the NFL, and Thomas is automatically, the highest dare pick and had struggles immediately, that's not reassuring. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, I agree. But next on the clock is Indianapolis. They're a team that really should have beat Buffalo in the playoffs this year, and somehow they managed to throw that game away. They made a trade for Carson Wentz, which I think was a pretty good deal. They got Carson Wentz in a 3rd-round pick this year for a 2nd-rounder next year. He's back with Frank Reich, where he had his most success in Philadelphia when Reich was the quarterback's coach of the Eagles in their Super Bowl winning season. Wentz was, people seem to forget this. He struggled the last couple of years, but he was like the front runner for MVP before he tore his knee up against the Rams. He was dynamic doing everything. But, that's the thing, the running quarterbacks, you expose yourself to injuries. And I don't think he's been the same. I know he had a falling out with Doug Peterson, who just turned out to be a flop as a coach. He's gone now. He just didn't want to play for that guy anymore. And that's, you can't have a quarterback give up on that. Hopefully Frank Reich gets him turned around. But to me, Indianapolis is right there on the cusp of being a really good team as well. Really good. Anthony Costanzo is gone from the offensive tackle position. So, maybe that's somewhere that they look now.
That's a big loss there, Costanza. And again, they added, I don't know if you mentioned, they also added Xavier Rhodes this offseason too. Again, I know you say, yeah, he's a good corner, Xavier Rhodes.
Yeah, but he's on the downside. He's on the downside. Maybe Christian Darsaw from Virginia Tech, or this is where Tevin Jenkins goes. Maybe they look offensive tackle here.
Wouldn't be a bad decision here for the Colts for certain. Again, the offensive line was questionable at best there for the Eagles, and they had no weapons around them. I can tell you this much. It still looks like the Colts don't have too many weapons around them either. But I did think that offseason move there to acquire Carson Wentz, albeit I don't think he's a tremendous quarterback. I think that was a very, very low value they paid for a guy like him.
Yeah. It's funny. They just showed the Colts draft board or their draft room, and it looks like they had a board up. A lot of teams, okay, we only have, 25 draftable players, that we're looking to draft. It looked like they had 750 guys up on their board. So it seems like they don't dislike anybody.
Every single player that declared for the draft, we have them on the board. We're ready.
Anybody. Maybe they had from last year and 2 years from now as well. Who knows? I don't know. But, last year they went all in with Phillip Rivers. Think about that team if they would have had Tom Brady. You think they compete for a championship last year? I do. Because they're a really good team. They're strong defensively. All they needed was a quarterback, and Phillip Rivers was well past his expiration date, not exploration. Exploration.
You're exploring there you exploring the ocean blue.
Yeah, and Jonathan Taylor, who they picked up in the 2nd round, he had 1,100 yards rushing, 10 rushing TDs, only the 8th guy in NFL history. So to do that as a rookie,
something. Jonathan Taylor did not have a successful rookie campaign.
I don't know. I think you're very hard on running backs. You're the same guy who said that Saquon Barkley isn't very good either.
No, I didn't say Saquon Barkley is not good. I said it's a waste of a second overall pick, and it is, and I'll stick by it.
Okay.
Here's the thing, right? How many fumbles did Jonathan Taylor have last season? Do you know that off the top of your head? How many turnovers he had?
No negatives. I don't want. I just want to talk about the positive. You're Mr. Negativity.
Yeah. Okay.
They got some other kid sitting in a chair, and here comes our boy Roger. He's coming up. He's going to announce the selection of the Colts at number 21. So we're really closing in towards the end here. I'm going to go with maybe Christian Darrisaw from Virginia Tech or Tevin Jenkins. I'm going to go with one of those two tackles. Oh, okay, an edge rusher, Kwity Paye from Michigan. He was acknowledged, he's a guy who plays with his hair on fire. Comparison to Frank Clark, really explosive, 6'2.5", 261 pounds out of Michigan. So not a bad pick by them. Their defense is really stout. I still would have went offensive line here, but I guess the talent of the edge rusher superseded that.
I'll tell you there with Kwity Paye from Michigan, he's almost like a machine. And I'll tell you this. Now, he seems coachable. When I look at certain traits, you could pick up like, okay, how is he coachable or not? He does a really good job against the run, an unbelievably good job against the run. I think where he needs improvement is turning some of the skills he has into a successful pass rush. I think he does a really good job, again, hugging the hip pocket of the tackle, making sure like when he has a pulling guard there, he does a good job of hitting, engaging, disengaging there after he's able to identify who has the ball and still making a play on it. Those aren't things you learn overnight. Those aren't things you have instinctually. Those are things you're taught through multiple reps. And again, that's something that he definitely has. He does a good job there also of misdirecting and getting away there from offensive linemen. Sets the edge extremely well. But here it is. He pass rushes without a plan. He just goes in there kind of, you talk about with his hair on fire. He doesn't really go in there with a plan, where some defensive ends and some edge rushers have a methodical plan put out in place. I'm going to start off with 2-3 steps to the outside. If the offensive tackle's oversetting, leaving it open side, leaving the inside open, I'm going to go ahead and cut back in. I'm going to hit him with a rip move. Some people have it very, very meticulously planned out in their head. Kwity Paye does not have. Kwity Paye does not have any sort of pass rush move involved in his head before he starts.
I'm going to disagree. Like I said, I know they're only showing clips of him over here, and I know you've watched more extensive film study than I have, but it looks like he uses his hands extremely well. Sometimes he goes to the outside, he's able to dip that shoulder and get around the corner, or he's able to do it where he does a fake to the outside and cuts to the inside on those guys. I mean, he looks pretty good to me. I mean, he's got wheels too, and he's able to chase from behind. I think he's a good pick for them.
Got a comment there from D-Cut. He says, hopping on to say hi. Big win tonight. Enjoy the rest of the first round.
Yes, sir. My boy D-Cut. Gotta love him.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely there. Yeah, Kwity Paye. Again, you say that. He has good active hands. He misses out a lot there. Again, like I don't just watch what they show there in a highlight. He misses out a lot when he bats hands. I'm just saying he could be a little bit more active and a little bit more accurate with his hands. I'm just saying he doesn't really have a plan all that often. I can't tell you how often he'll go in there, he'll get caught up without ever getting like a punch on the offensive tackle. Offensive tackle just sits back there, gets inside hands, and makes it easy for him to be blocked. So again, he might have time periods where he does do a good job of it. He needs to improve the consistency then on it.
You could say that about every defensive rush end, right? I mean, I don't know. I here's the thing. I don't think that was a need pick for them. I thought it was offensive tackle, but you know what? They have a strong defense, just got a little bit stronger. But now Tennessee is up on the clock. And I'll be interested to see what route they take.
I was about to say the Titans need just about anything and everything. This is the one where I think they have to go offensive tackle. They've got a relatively finite window, right? And you look at it, they tried to go ahead and adjust there. Who did they lose? Was it Fisher 2 years ago, grumpy old man, that they lost? Or who did they lose two years ago in the offseason? Or Taylor Lewan? I cannot remember off the top of my head.
I can't honestly. I don't remember.
Grump, what do I keep you around here for?
You're going to ask me something about Tennessee from 2 years ago. I mean, all I know is last year they drafted Isaiah Wilson, and they got rid of him at the end of this year, and now he's on the street. I mean, to me, I think cornerback is maybe where they go. Maybe this is where my boy Caleb Farley goes, perhaps. I'm going to continue to pump.
If you just say him every single pick there, he will be bound to be picked up in some capacity, right? That's just how that works.
I told you he's going in the first round. This could be it. This Jacksonville, maybe that's where he goes. Okay. Oh, but
I think I'm going to interrupt you here because I don't want you running on too long. I think this is you have to pick tackle here, right? They've already identified that tackle was a need when they went ahead and drafted Isaiah, and he completely busted out. You still need a tackle. That hole has not been filled. You need to address it, right? How much longer do you think Derrick Henry can continue to carry the entire offensive load there on his shoulders? I think that time is pretty finite.
Well, at least another year or two, I guess. They did sign Kendall Lamb as a tackle in the offseason.
Kendall Lamb, how old is he? 32 years old, 33 years old? Kendall Lamb's in his career.
I don't have his birth certificate in my back pocket. I don't know how old he is.
Yeah, I could tell you. He is towards the tail end there. I'm sorry. I'm trying to remember who the hell they lost a few years ago. It wasn't Taylor Lewan. Was it Jack Conklin? It was Jack Conklin. That's who they lost. They lost Jack Conklin. Again, he was a great offensive tackle. They tried to replace him there with Isaiah. Didn't work out. And I think this is where you have to go offensive line. I mean, Isaiah Wilson didn't work out. You got to go offensive lineman. You mentioned you got a few guys there on the board. And it really comes down to pick. I think offensive tackle here is the way to go. Maybe I'm just biased towards offensive tackles because
obviously.
If we can have all 32 picks in the first round be an offensive tackle, I'd be happy.
I understand. I mean, I could tell. I mean, you're very biased. It's predictable, honestly. I say there's a guard who's really good. Guards suck.
I don't say anything like that. Come on now.
Yeah. Oh, this guy's no good. He stinks. Everybody else thinks he's good except for you. And I remember last year, Tristan Wirfs, you were down on him. I'm like, well, all I know is I'm looking at his film, and he looks pretty darn good.
I told you was unbelievably athletic. I really felt like he was going to need time to adjust. When you looked at his ability to pick up twists, he was always on a different level in college, and he was not on the same level there of his guard. And you thought to yourself, okay, if they're continuing to throw twists there at him, is he going to be ready? Is he going to have that fixed? Those are items you need to look at. So that's what I talked about with Tristan Wirfs. Again, I thought he had the highest ceiling. I didn't know he was going to get there in 1 year.
Yeah, it wasn't. He was ready from week one. He gave up 1 sack the whole year. 1 sack to Khalil Mack.
Lewan was still there, but tore his ACL last season. Yeah, so Lewan tore his ACL, and Jack Conklin left there in free agency that last offseason. So you talk about what they're able to produce without, their 2 starting tackles from 2 years ago.
Where's this draft being held this year? Do we know?
Well, to be honest with you, I can't even tell you.
I don't know who some of these goofs they let in the crowd this year. I mean, they just want to be seen on. I mean, I remember back in the day, you never saw a woman in the crowd at an NFL draft. Never. All guys, when they used to do it in New York in the Paramount Theater, packed to the rafters, all guys with their draft books and their jerseys. Women are here. I mean, do you think they even – I'm sorry. I'm going to be chauvinistic. I'm going to be a little chauvinistic here, right? I mean, do you think that all these women watch the games every week? Do you think they know anything about these players?
Some of them do.
Who did I say they were going to draft? Do you remember who I said they were going to draft?
Jesus Christ there.
Bam, 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 bam. Caleb Farley.
You can keep saying that. When you say they're going to pick Caleb Farley every damn pick, it doesn't really count. I told you, Caleb Farley.
Mm-hmm. I told you he was going to be the number 1 cornerback if he didn't get injured, if he didn't have that back issue. The kid he's a big, rangy corner. He makes plays on balls in the air. He's going to be really, really good, and that's a good pickup. I mean, it was a position of need for them too. So not as much offensive line. I mean, Derrick Henry rushed for how many yards last year with no offensive line? It's not like they scored. Their defense couldn't stop anybody.
It's one of those things
Caleb
too.
Farley, say it with me again. Caleb Farley.
Are you excited?
Quarterback, Virginia Tech, first round. I told you.
Are you excited? Are you excited, Grumpy?
The kid's really good. The kid's really good, and I'm happy for him. That's all. Oh, look, they're advertising that the Tennessee, because none of them wear masks, and they're like fully vaccinated draft room. That's what it said. Oh, there's Caleb Farley. There he is.
Oh, they made sure.
Everything.
Isn't it funny that you have to put down this is a fully vaccinated draft room, so you could? It's not like people are going to give him criticism there for not all having masks on. It's a crazy, crazy time.
It's pathetic.
It's
pathetic, honestly. But Minnesota's on the clock.
Yeah, they are.
Minnesota's on the clock.
You seem like a kid in a candy shop, grumpy old man. You seem all excited now.
Well,
you seem like a kid in a candy shop.
I don't know. I mean, it's tough. The draft, I love the draft. I love watching, but usually I'm not talking all the way through it, because I'm reading up on players, studying players, stuff like that. And I'm just stuck talking with you and your infatuation for offensive tackles. I mean, no one should draft a quarterback. Nope. I don't care if they got –
the Vikings have offensive tackle listed on a team need, right?
I know. They'll probably draft one. This is going to be probably Christian Darsow. That's what I think is who's going here. But, it's all about – or maybe Mooring, the safety, from TCU. Maybe he might be the guy also. I think his name is Trevor Mooring.
Here's the thing with safety. Safeties always slip and slide late in the draft. I mean, they always slip and slide because safety, that's not a position where it's hugely pertinent to have an unbelievably talented safety. I mean, it always helps, but safeties always get drafted later than what their talent, quote unquote, is. Well,
I mean, we're going to find out because I think he's going to be a first round pick. I really do. Someone's going to snatch him up. He's just that good.
Think about last year, Xavier McKinney. He's a safety, correct? Xavier McKinney was the first safety off the board, and they expected him to be he's unbelievable safety talent, XYZ, this, that, and the other thing. Well, Xavier McKinney slipped there towards the latter half of the first or maybe the second round. I got to look back up. Now you're going to make me pull up the 2020 NFL draft. It's been a while.
It's not like you have anything else to do.
Oh, good.
I mean, most of the offensive tackles are gone already, haven't they? Well, no. I mean, I'm getting ready for another gush fest. I mean, I know you were pleasuring yourself when
Xavier McKinney, he was the best safety in the class there from Alabama. He slipped all the way to the second round. Safety slip, my guy. Safety slip. And the funny thing is, right after Xavier McKinney goes, Kyle Duggar goes, a Division II kid there from Lenore Ryan there to the New England Patriots.
Well, when did Antoine Winfield Jr. go? Because he was tremendous last year for Tampa Bay.
You're gonna have to give me a second because
here's the thing. People thought he might go he hit the measurables. He's only 5'9" or 5'10".
He went 45th. He was the fourth safety taken off the board.
Okay. Well, I mean, that worked out for Tampa. But like I said, if he had more measurables, if he was 2 or 3 inches taller, he would have went in the first round. And that's sometimes, he's a football player. Sometimes you kind of have to look past some of that stuff. I mean, I think you can get away with it if you're a football player, and he's definitely a football player. Do you ever notice when you watch commercials on television, particularly ones for food, when you've been to these places and the food usually doesn't look anything like the commercials? But I'll tell you what, I just saw a commercial for freaking Jack in the Box. Okay, Jack in the Box. And I'm like,
I had to interrupt you. I've never eaten a Jack in the Box once in my life. My commercial was for IHOP, and man, oh man, did it make me want some freaking pancakes.
Well, Jack in the Box, I've eaten a Jack in the Box, and it's I don't recommend it. But I mean, I just saw a Jack in the Box commercial. I'm like, damn, man, I want to get some Jack in the Box.
I'll be honest with you. With Jack in the Box, I put it on the same level as Captain D's. It's not something I ever desire to eat, and I can only imagine what it does to your insides. Freaking Captain D's Jack in the Box.
I mean, Captain D's. I never see anybody actually. Oh my God. They're drawing a comparison between Mac Jones and Tom Brady. Their pictures I don't know when this was from Mac Jones, but it was Tom Brady's combine picture, which is not flattering in any way, shape, or form. And if you can imagine, Mac Jones looks even worse.
Well, Stephen Porter there says the E. coli factory.
I don't know if that's Captain D's or Jack's.
Jack in the Box.
Well, I think they just call it Jack's now. I don't even think they call it Jack in the Box. I think it's just Jack's.
Well, I'll be interested to see after the Vikings. We've got the Steelers. Be interested to see what the Steelers do. That's a team where
they're a loser franchise, aren't they? The Steelers are really a bunch of losers. Minnesota Vikings. The pick is in for Minnesota, and then we can go and pick on the Pittsburgh Steelers. But Christian Darrisaw, right? Is that what I said? I'm getting pretty good at this, making these picks before they come up. I'm just saying.
I'll tell you one thing. As an offensive tackle, I'm liking that Tevin Jenkins is slipping. If I'm a team who needs an offensive tackle, that's who I'm looking at there. Christian Darrisaw, though, yeah, I did have him. I thought he was the fourth best tackle there on the books. I'll be honest with you. I think he's kind of got long steps while run blocking at times, kind of gets a little bit long there. He is mobile. He's got fluid hips, leans a bit in pass blocking. I thought that was pretty consistent. He consistently leans a bit in pass blocking. Doesn't have a strong punch either, kind of just places his hands on him. And I'll tell you one thing. He leans big time at contact. You're going to see what he does there in pass pro. As soon as he makes contact there, he kind of leans on the defensive end. If the defensive end has a follow-up and pursuit move after that, you're going to see him just completely get walked around there at tackle. So again,
is he a knee bender or a waist bender?
Again, he'll make contact and he kind of waist bends a little bit there, Grump. Can tend to overset occasionally while pass blocking, leaving that inside lane wide open there for rush ends. And to break it down, leans a little bit instead of moving his feet. Again, he does have a lot of talent there. I'm just being hypercritical, though. I'm just thinking, hey, what type of issues he might have there in the pros. He does lean a bit there in pass pro.
But once again, a position of need. Earlier in the draft season, he was projected to be like a top 15 pick, and sliding to number 23 certainly benefits the Minnesota Vikings, who needed offensive line help without a doubt. So kudos to them, recognizing a need, getting a value pick, no problem with it. Pittsburgh is on the clock, and their pick is already in. So it makes me wonder who they're looking at this point in time. I know we haven't flashed up what their needs are, TJ. That's you.
Trust me, grumpy old man. I've got it. Don't go ahead and give it. We've got it.
Okay.
Their needs are offensive tackle, running back, interior offensive lineman, and corner. When you look at it there, James Conner left in free agency there to the Arizona Cardinals here. I believe it was this offseason. Maybe it was Arizona. I think it was. They do need help there, corner, interior offensive line, and offensive tackle. So we talk about perhaps another offensive tackle coming off the board there. No better pick for our friend there, Tevin Jenkins there at offensive tackle.
You don't think running back, maybe Najee Harris or Travis Etienne here? I mean, they don't have a running back right now.
Running backs are a dime a dozen. I'm sorry. You can get a real quality running back later on in the draft. It's really tough to continually find their really talented offensive lineman late in the draft. I mean, you occasionally get it, but not all that often. Steve Porter also chimes in there saying 7th Super Bowl win inbound. We don't buy our trophies like the Bucks. Old man, that's directed towards you. He knows you're a big.
That's a shot at me. All I know is, they couldn't win a championship when Brady was playing in New England. He was that kryptonite. How many times did they get beaten by the Patriots in the playoffs? I don't think they ever beat the Patriots in the playoffs. But I mean, if your running back is Benny Snell, I got to think that you're looking running back here. And the pick is in, and I'm interested. They look very, very excited in Pittsburgh. So I don't think you get that excited over an offensive lineman. Who knows? You're predicting. I'm going to say Najee Harris is going to be the pick here, maybe the first running back off the board. And bingo, Najee Harris, another prediction correct for the grumpy old man.
Do you feel like freaking Mel Kiper or something right now? I can't do prediction right.
I'm telling you, I'm hitting them, man. I'm hitting them. That's a good pick for them, though, honestly. They have Smell was their only running back with James Conner.
Snell, not Smell.
I call him Smell because that's how he plays. It smells.
Jesus Christ.
But here's the thing: Pittsburgh doesn't have a quarterback either. They need one. I mean, let's be honest. You got really old Ben is their quarterback, and but Najee Harris can do everything back there. Really, he's a weapon in the passing game. He really is.
He gets north and south there in a quick. You talk about his ability to run routes. I'm not sure there's a better route runner at running back out there. He's athletic. He's very physical. The items I always wonder about there. What does the tread on his tires look like with all the beating he's been taking, as well as sometimes can rush the play a little bit instead of letting plays develop. And he's not like he's got blazing fast speed. He does have
he's got good enough speed and he's got good feet. I mean, to me, that's really, really important. I mean, he's good. Here's the thing. He wasn't a 4-year starter there or however many years he was there. He wasn't a starter every year. So I think he's got plenty of tread. Remember, Alabama is like a football factory. They just kind of roll him off. Everybody gets reps. So that really didn't concern me too much. But he's definitely a threat in the passing game. The only thing is when you got the old guy throwing the ball, he's practically sitting back there on a stool making those passes. I just don't know how much you're going to get.
Stephen Porter, a Steelers fan, very excited about the pick. He's saying, let's go. And he's also saying, bandwagon driver Grump.
Tom Brady all the way, baby. I'm a Brady guy all the way. I can understand why he hates Tom Brady, honestly, because he absolutely made the whole city of Pittsburgh his bitch, without a doubt. The Steelers were Brady's bitches for years. Even when they were favored. Nope. Couldn't get the job done. Never. Couldn't get it done. Get blown out. Out-coached. Better player. You got a Ben. Jeez. I mean, come on. You can't throw the ball anymore. He's a human interception at this point. Move on.
Well,
who's your backup? Is it Mason Rudolph?
Mason Rudolph. Well, yeah, if he gets smacked in the head like that. Now the Jags are on the clock there. They no longer need here quarterback. So let me go ahead and address that. They no longer need a quarterback. It is just offensive tackle, wide out, and safety are the positions of need there for the Jags.
I don't know who the next wide receiver is. Maybe Bateman from Minnesota, but maybe this is a spot where the offensive tackle, Tevin Jenkins, goes. But they do need help at wide receiver. I mean, if you want to be successful, if you want Trevor Lawrence to be successful, you're going to have to get him some help.
Yeah. they brought in Marvin Jones. Marvin Jones is better than any one of these wide receivers who walk in off the street or walk in their first season there after being drafted.
But you love Keelan Cole and Chris Connolly too. So you need somebody.
I think the production of Marvin Jones is more consistent. And here's the thing, too. I mean, Gardner Minshew, nice enough, but wasn't all that consistent there at quarterback. You have to wonder about who's throwing them the ball, so and how that affects them as well. They still have pieces that are kept there of their wide receiver core as well, though, Grump.
Not much. Shenault. You got Shenault and Marvin Jones. I mean, you lost two of your top guys. I mean, and Marvin Jones, I think it was a good pickup, but you still need another wide receiver. Shenault was hurt a lot last year.
DJ Chark is also there too. So you got Chark, Marvin Jones, and Shenault Jr.
Yeah. Okay. Chark. I have him on my fantasy team. I wish I never picked him, honestly.
He's a big boomer bust type guy.
Yeah. Is that what you want? Boomer bust guy?
Yeah.
I want a guy who's going to catch the ball every week. No, I'll show up once every 4 or 5 weeks. I'm just telling you because he was on my fantasy team. And I'm like, at the end of the season, I just sat him on the damn bench. I was resisted giving him up because I drafted him so high. But, I should have just cut his ass immediately. It would have been better for me, honestly.
Goodness gracious, grumpy old man. Sounds like you have some sour grapes, probably because you lost it.
Yeah. See, that's the one thing that's the one thing fantasy football brings. You find yourself being interested in teams like the Jacksonville Jaguars when really they're the people who even live in that state and in Jacksonville have no interest in them. It's not like you're going to get jacked. You get jacked up over offensive tackles. I certainly don't. I feel like I'm getting a second win now. I mean, I feel like this whole podcast I've been kind of dragging because I've been listening to you talk about offensive tackles.
You have been dragging. You've just been talking and just blah, 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 blah. I'm like, oh my God, Grump. This is not usually how we That's not usually how you podcast.
No, it absolutely isn't. But, I feel like now I'm kind of motivated. Maybe because we're getting close to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the great Tom Brady, I'm starting to get a little bit pumped. I'm seeing guys that I'm interested in them drafting falling to them. So that's kind of what I'm looking at right now.
Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness.
But like I said, if I'm here, it's got to be either Jenkins or if they're looking wide receiver, maybe Bateman from Minnesota. I guess that's kind of the way I'm leaning there.
And Bateman had a great season too. I mean, was it 2 years ago? He had a really good season there for Minnesota. This last year was did he sit out last year?
No, he played last year. But here's the thing. You got to remember, he benefited from having Tyler Johnson, who was a 5th-round draft pick by Tampa last year, benefited for both of them. Now this year, he opted out after 5 games, and his numbers were way down. But he's a kid who he's going to be a guy. He's able to make contested catches out there. He is, and he's a pretty big guy. I mean, he's all right. He's 6 foot, almost 6 foot a half inch, 190 pounds, but he's able to make plays, and he's really detailed in his route running. So it's potential that he could do it, or maybe Elijah Moore from Ole Miss. I mean, he's another guy if you want to get a wide receiver. I mean, he's a playmaker type. Okay. So maybe these are the type of guys that they're looking at. Or if they're going offensive line, Tevin Jenkins would probably be the guy that I'd lean, honestly.
Oh,
who knows? But their pick is in. So we'll be interested to see who they pick. Are you going to make any predictions?
Grump, I know you're going to be shocked by this prediction. I know, absolutely shocked. You might fall out of your seat. I think we're probably looking at here Tevin Jenkins. I think we're probably looking at offensive tackle. You got to protect there. Trevor Lawrence. I'm a big fan of, hey, put as many offensive linemen around him as humanly possible. You can find and identify running backs late. You can find and identify sometimes even wide receivers later on in the draft. Really tough, though, to find good offensive tackles late in the draft. Just don't see it all that often.
I'm going to go Tevin. This one, since you're picking the same guy I'm picking, it's probably going to be a miss. But I would go with Tevin Jenkins also, or maybe the safety. Oh my God! You're not getting to see this. I guess Goodell figures this day has been too exhausting for him. He has to sit down and announce the selection. Walking up to the stage 25 times was too much for Roger.
Oh, it's a hard day.
And here, I wasn't expecting this, but particularly with the season that James Robinson had, but Travis Etienne gets picked. So the second running back-to-back running backs off the board.
Well, Travis Etienne, I tell you, he's an all-purpose back. That is for certain. And now they're making sure they're adding there as much talent as they could possibly add there around Trevor Lawrence. I was kind of shocked by this. James Robinson had a really good season last year, so I really didn't think they'd be shopping there for running back in the first round, no less. This one kind of is a head scratcher for me.
Yeah, same here. And I don't think he's a between the tackles runner, but maybe they look at Robinson as the between the tackles guy, and he's the guy on the outside. I mean, maybe they'll have both guys on the field at the same time, and they both went to Clemson, so maybe they'll probably room together next year. Who knows? But it's certainly somebody that Trevor Lawrence is comfortable with. So, there's a reason. So, good for Travis Etienne. Gets to be a first-round pick. He certainly got talent, but I don't know. I guess I'm just not as enamored with him as other people were. He doesn't look like a running back to me. I don't know. Not a traditional running back anyway.
I'll tell you, Travis Etienne, I think he's an all-purpose back. I really do. He does go ahead and drop some passes that are very catchable, in my opinion, that he should go ahead and be able to convert. I think a guy who does also go ahead and put his foot in the ground, gets north and south. I think he's got great speed. He can beat you with either the speed or the power. He's patient. You talk about a guy who does have vision, allows plays to go ahead and develop. That's a guy. I think Travis Etienne does have that trait and ability. You can't teach the patience. in that capacity. Runs with a forward body lean, good top end speed there. Utilizes his blockers, and once he sees an opening, he's able to cut off of those and able to maximize the yards on the field, to maximize the actual field. So, yeah, that's a guy who played 4 years there for Clemson. And it was setting records there at the school. So you wonder how much tread a guy like that has on the tires. He's not as physical as a runner as Najee Harris is. That being said, though, I know you don't like him too much there, Travis Etienne. I just don't get the pick here.
No, I don't understand the pick either. And it's not that I don't like him. I just think that I think he really benefited. I mean, when did you ever see him confronted with anyone in the backfield? It seems like he ran through wide open holes all the time. I just don't know. He just, like I said, he doesn't look like a between the tackles guy. He looks like somebody from the outside. I mean, if you get him in space, he's a playmaker. And if you get him the ball in space, that's what you want.
And Nick also says there they played together and had good chemistry there while in Clemson, the Clemson connection. Again, we're seeing this a lot here. These players, like Burrows gets reunited there with Jamar Chase.
Okay, I'm going to cut you off because Cleveland's on the clock. The pick is already in, and you're just waxing poetic about offensive tackles.
No, okay. Cleveland's need there. Edge, interior defensive lineman there, wide receiver, corner, and linebacker. I'll tell you one thing. Cleveland, if it's a year for them to make a run and make a stab at things, this year is the year. You look at, they add their Jadeveon Clowney. They did lose their Kendall Lamb. They lost Larry Ajobi. I know I butchered that name pronunciation. But Jedrick Wills there came in, played all right there. Conklin as well there, offensive tackle there for. You wonder who they're going to select with needs like this.
Yeah, I think really. I mean, here's the thing: they should have beat Kansas City. That's all I'm going to say. They had Kansas City in their sights. Chad Henne came in and they crapped the bed right at the end. They really did. And I'm sorry, you cannot let that happen. You have an opportunity to slay the dragon. You got to do it, and they didn't do it. I still wonder about Baker Mayfield. He was better last year, but I still worry about him in regards to that, honestly.
Yeah, he's got all the weapons around him. If they don't make a legitimate push here this season, I mean, like they've got an outstanding cast and crew around Baker Mayfield. The excuses have to end. The wide receiver core is there. I know it got banged up last season. The wide receiver core is there. The tight end there, Hooper, is there. The offensive line has been assembled. The defense is looking pretty damn stout. If the Browns don't make a push there for a Super Bowl, man, oh man, you got to be upset if you're a Browns fan based off of the lineup they're putting out there.
Yeah, and I don't think much about the Jadeveon Clowney signing. Honestly, I just think the hype is more than the actual talent, the actual production he brings on the field. Unfortunately, their needs don't tie in with the strengths of this draft. Edge and interior defensive line, those are the two weakest positions in the draft, really, and maybe linebacker. But they need some defensive help. Wide receiver, I don't know if they really need wide receiver help as much as a lot of people are saying. Probably not in the first round. But their pick is in. I'm not even going to guess. Maybe your boy Joe Tryon, maybe here, or Gregory Rousseau. Maybe those are the type of players that they're looking at. Young lady is introducing the pick. I don't know. She's too busy.
I don't need you to walk us through every damn pick that's going on. Don't worry about it. We can just talk until then. I hate when you're doing that.
Well, here's the thing. If you got nothing to talk about,
I do. I do have something to talk about. You just keep rambling on. I'm not going to cut you off out of respect, but come on now. I mean, again, this is a good pick there for Jeremiah Osu. I really believe that he is. If you're looking there for a linebacker, you're looking for a guy who's versatile. That's a guy who can go ahead and do it. Again, okay.
That's not the guy they picked. They picked Gregory Newsome, the cornerback out of Northwestern. Good pick because he's a good player. This is right around where they had him slotted, right around here. So that's a good pick for them. They needed cornerback help. So good pick by Cleveland.
Yeah, I'll tell you here. When you look there at Newsome, he's another guy, and you see a lot of these corners are picked there. He's got your prototypical size you're looking for in a corner. You know what I mean? He's big enough. He's not like one of the smaller corners where he can only cover a slot receiver. He's got the size. He's big and he's physical out there on the field. A lot of times he allows, those shorter routes to be completed, but very rarely would he ever allow a wide receiver to convert over top. He does a really good job of tracking the ball in the air. He also does a good job there in making sure that he keeps those receivers somewhat under wraps. Here's an interesting fact there for you, Grump. He only allowed a 31.6% completion rate, and on average on those completions, only 7.8 yards a catch. Wow.
He makes plays.
Wow.
Yeah, he makes plays on the ball without a doubt. He's able to make. I think he ran a 4.38 40, which is really, really quick.
That's pretty decent speed there, 4.38 40.
Do you run a 4.38?
I actually run like a 4.2, Grump. Maybe actually be flat.
I couldn't run a 4.38 if I fell out of a plane.
I think he'd be moving a lot quicker just with gravity, Grump.
But he's able to make, the questions about him, durability. I guess he's been dinged up a little bit more often than people would like, but he certainly make plays on the ball. I think that's a nice pick for them, particularly considering what their needs were. I mean, it's certainly not with the offense. But they do need a little bit of help on the back end defensively. So good pick by Cleveland.
I was about to say you're making sure you've made tangible steps there to improve your roster there for the Browns. And you looked at it, you lost Terrence Mitchell this offseason. You brought in there Troy Hill, also their corner. Now you add in Newsome. You're just going ahead and you're just trying to stack up. I mean, you brought in there 2 edge rushers, and again, Clowney you think is finished. I'm not so sure about that. And you got Clowney and Myles Garrett playing side by side. Holy crap. I could just only imagine the type of havoc they're going to wreak in the backfield. And now you're just adding a little bit more there to the coverage. So, the Browns really have to make a push for it. If this year is not it for a Super Bowl run, when will it ever?
But they're a younger team. They're not a team of veterans. I mean, their window is open right now. Stefanski's come in and done a nice job as a coach, without a doubt. And that's where having a good coach can really benefit a team. You need the players, of course, because players win the games, but a good coach can help you elevate. Of course, when they had the chance against Kansas City, Stefanski got a little bit, he started choking a little bit, and we started getting real conservative on offense. It was dumb. They should have beat Kansas City. Kansas City was there for the taking. They really were.
And next we have the Baltimore Ravens. When you look at team needs there, edge rusher there, safety, wide receiver, interior offensive lineman, as well as tackle, grumpy old man. When you look also at the offseason there by the Ravens, they did add Kevin Zettler, offensive guard there for the Giants, as well as Geno Stone there, the safety. Lost 2 huge edge rushers there, and Yannick Ngakoue, as well as Matt Judon.
Yeah, they also traded away Orlando Brown Jr. to Kansas City. So they're picking twice in the next 5 picks. So it'll be interesting. Maybe they figure Lucas Niang could step up, who they drafted last year. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's Kansas City. I think one of these 2 spots could be a potential landing spot for Tevin Jenkins.
I mean, we keep throwing him out there every single pick. I'm sure he's going to hit sooner or later. Stephen Porter there says, more like wreak havoc in the locker room. Garrett and Clowney are cancers. I haven't really heard that in the locker room.
Well, I just don't think Clowney's that good. I just, for a guy, I mean, his production isn't there. Just hasn't been there. I'm sorry.
Well, you and I disagree a little bit about that. I think he does go ahead and produce. He's not, maybe because you think he's still the Jadeveon Clowney of before microfracture surgery, which he's not.
He wasn't even okay. The best play he ever made in his career was against Michigan. That was the best play of his career because he's done, to me, as for a number 1 draft pick, I consider him a bust. Number 1 pick in the draft.
I'll tell you, he didn't go ahead and produce a massive amount of sacks like everybody originally had expected. I mean, if you would have told people in 2014, at the NFL draft in 2014, that you'd be looking at 5 years down the road, Jadeveon Clowney would only had 5 sacks. People would look at you like you had 8 heads. I'm sorry, 32 sacks, 32 career sacks in 5 seasons. They look at you like you had 8 heads. They were expecting him to tear it up. So, in that regard, sure. But I think he still does have value there, Clowney. He does get away based off a name rep a lot, but he brings more than just sacks to the table.
It's funny. They just popped something up where Clemson football say, yes, reunited again. I don't, here's the thing, as everyone knows, social media.
I was about to say, Jesus Christ.
Not my thing. But it was like the ampersand side. It said ampersand Trevor Lawrence and ampersand Swaggy _T1. I have to assume that that's Travis Etienne. Does he not have a regular name, or has he changed his name to Swaggy T1?
Okay.
I'm just asking. I don't know.
Stop. Those are Twitter handles. And when you contact somebody on Twitter, like what you're seeing is probably a tweet, grumpy old man, where they're tweeting at the college. Clemson was tweeting at Trevor Lawrence and Travis Etienne, and that's his Twitter handle. They're excited that they're going to be playing again. Oh, Clemson, we're excited. Jesus.
I just thought he put a name on there. I don't know who Swaggy T1 is.
3.5 hours into this live stream. My goodness gracious, Grumpy. You're going to make me have a brain aneurysm.
Okay.
Now, picks in there for the Ravens, grumpy old man, and they go ahead and pick. Holy shit! There's Rashad Bateman there, wide receiver from Minnesota.
They were desperate to get a wide receiver. That's one thing they said they wanted to. I don't know why it matters, because Lamar Jackson can't hit anybody, but they wanted to get better weapons for Jackson. So maybe it'll work out. I mean, he does run good routes, but Jackson's not a very accurate thrower. So maybe there's somebody maybe they just should have drafted like Usain Bolt and just say run as far as you can. Jackson, just throw the ball as far as you can. Maybe we'll get lucky.
Well,
because I just don't think much of him as a quarterback. He's a tremendous athlete, great football player, but not a great quarterback. There's a difference.
Well, I'll tell you this here. As we kind of conclude here the first round, you got the Saints, the Packers, the Bills, the Ravens, and the Buccaneers. Do you see any of those teams here, any of the 5 teams that's still left to pick here? Do you see any of them trading out of that pick, maybe trading into the second round?
Maybe Tampa.
Why do you think that?
Because I don't think they have a whole lot of needs. If they can wind up picking up, maybe they have a group of, I think Tampa's looking maybe at 3 players. I think Joe Tryon, Tevin Jenkins, and Landon Dickerson from Alabama. I think they're looking at those 3 guys. If they figure they can drop back, maybe get an extra 3rd-round pick and still get one of those guys, I think they might be willing to do it.
I will.
They don't have any holes. They signed everybody back from a Super Bowl winning team, and they're still young.
I want to comment in. I'll tell you this. Speaking about how the draft has unfolded so far, I would have never have expected that only 4 offensive linemen were going to be off the board at this time period.
Again with the offensive linemen.
Because the offensive tackle class was I mean, you have a lot of guys that can be consistent starters in the NFL. Maybe not world beaters, but guys who could fill roles and be consistent starters. And we've only got 4 offensive linemen drafted so far. And you look even last year. Last year was a huge offensive tackle class. I mean, you had 4 offensive tackles drafted within the first 13 picks.
Yeah, well, that was the super strength of the draft. This year it's wide receivers, right, and quarterbacks. And those are marquee positions. So how many wide receivers have gone today? It's got to be 5 or 6, right?
6.
I mean, okay, and you'd had 5 quarterbacks. I mean, think about that. 11 out of 27 picks. So other guys are going to slide down.
I also want to go ahead and comment here. Now we're talking about the Saints. Man, oh man. The Saints, I think the fall from grace is going to be fast, hard, and ugly there for Saints fans. Team needs, you pretty much see it all. Corner, wide receiver, edge rusher, linebacker, D tackle, quarterback, and tight end. when you look at the players they brought in this offseason, not much to show. The players they lost, Sheldon Rankins, PJ Williams there, the corner, Jared Cook there was towards the tail end, Emmanuel Sanders at wide out there, and Trey Hendrickson there as the edge rusher.
Yeah, I mean, they lost players because they were in cap hell.
Also, Drew Brees.
Yeah, but Drew Brees was finished.
For
I mean, I mean, he had leadership qualities. Hey, keep awake over there, okay?
I'm awake, bro.
He had leadership qualities. Jameis Winston is not the answer. And Taysom Hill, I'm sorry. I just don't think he's a quarterback. Not a quarterback. He could be a gadget guy, but if you're going to roll him out as a quarterback every week, I just don't think that's going to work. He looks like a guy who's going to be easy to scheme against. He's going to be one of those guys who runs a lot. I just don't think he's tremendously accurate. As a gadget player, I think he's fantastic. But if you're going to make him your quarterback, I'm like, ugh. And Jameis Winston certainly not the answer.
Yeah.
Maybe this is where maybe it's a little bit early. The tight end from Penn State goes because they don't have a tight end now. I don't think Jared Cook was the greatest thing ever, but if you have Taysom Hill, no longer as a tight end option as a quarterback now, and you don't have Jared Cook, you're going to need another tight end, and he's pretty good. So Pat something with an N. I don't remember his full name. That's why I have you, TJ.
Oh, you've called upon me at the wrong time, Grump. Give me a sec. I'll need to pull it here for you.
That's a shot. Here's the thing. I'll be able to dig him up in a second.
We're getting towards the tail end of the first round, to be honest with you. There's a lot of different players you could see thrown in some capacity here towards the tail end of the first round.
Yeah, you could see some reaches here for certain. You definitely could.
That's why it's like you can study. I don't want to have to study every single player that's eligible here for the draft this season.
Pat Freiermuth is the guy. 6'5", 251 pounds. His nickname is Baby Gronk. So, maybe, I mean, I think it would be a little bit of a reach here, but, I guess he's an option considering what they need. I mean, maybe Davis Mills, maybe he slips in at the quarterback position here. I don't know. I mean, but you're getting late. They have a whole lot of choice. They have a whole lot of holes to fill. Maybe this Joe Tryon, maybe he goes here. Greg Russo.
Yeah, it's unfortunate too because it's going to be throwing draft capital away at this point because no matter what, I mean, well, who knows? Because Drew Brees was hideous towards the end of the season last year. So, we're talking about, hey, Taysom Hill as well as Jameis Winston aren't the answer. In the same token, at the end, neither was Drew Brees, and they still were doing all right.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, he couldn't throw the ball anymore, without a doubt.
You say without a doubt about every other word, grumpy old man. Without a doubt. We got to get your shirt saying without a doubt.
When we get off the air, I'm going to tell you which word you use all the time.
No worries.
That is very, very noticeable.
Thank you. You can let me know. It's not going to hurt my feelings.
I'll tell you. Wow. Okay. This is a bit of a reach. Potential really good player. Peyton Turner, defensive end from Houston. But
Wow.
I think that's a reach for him. I really do. I think he was a second-round pick for certain. High motor. But, geez, first-round pick, I'm a little bit surprised at that, honestly. Really am.
Here's also, I mean, like he's a big body type of guy. There's a DN, 6'5", 270 pounds there. Also, you look at the production for Houston, it wasn't crazy here last season. Well, I guess when you look at it, there are 5 games there. I mean, you're averaging a sack a game in 10.5. I forgot that they only played 5 games.
Yeah, but who did they play? Who did they play? That's my whole thing is like, who did they play? And here's Green Bay's pick is already in too. So that's going to be interesting. I know they don't need a quarterback. They got Jordan Love. They don't need a quarterback.
Oh,
but pretty obviously they didn't trade Aaron Rodgers either. Told you they weren't going to trade him. You had him out the door. You had him out the door 3 hours ago. Out the door.
Don't go ahead. Don't rule it out yet. You never know. You never know. Maybe day 2. Maybe they're going to have to package something else up. if Aaron Rodgers wants out, it just doesn't bode well there for the team's success.
You know what
And
they'll do?
players who aren't bought in, they want out. That's never good.
They'll give him some more money, and that'll be that. Maybe they'll go for a wide receiver. Maybe they'll go for a wide receiver, or maybe offensive line here. I mean, that's possible too.
Maybe they'll pick Elijah Moore there from Mississippi. Who knows?
Wow, that's a reach. I just don't see him being a first rounder. I just feel that's a reach.
Really?
But you never know. I mean, they don't need a tight end. But that pick was in lickety split quick. So they knew who they wanted. Maybe this is where Jenkins goes, right? David Bakhtiari, he was hurt at the end of last year. Maybe cornerback. Maybe this is where a cornerback goes to. I know they need help at cornerback. King was terrible last year down the stretch.
I mean, like when we look at the team needs to, I'm not sure if you're looking at it, Grump, there, offensive tackle, wide out there, corner, interior offensive lineman, interior defensive lineman, as well as linebacker. You're looking at the needs. It's quite ample, and they pissed away, the first 3-round picks there in last year's draft. I know we kind of alluded to it earlier on when we started here. I mean, Jordan Love at quarterback, first round. Then you've got second round A.J. Dillon. Yikes, didn't need another guy to add in the running back room, especially when that was already a position of strength. And the third round there, you pick up a tight end there when Tanyan busts onto the scene and does everything you want. And so, I mean, you're looking at the contribution you saw out of those 3 players was minimal their first season. And you think about how much different of a team that could have looked like that was really just only a few plays away from beating the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. How different that would have been if they actually utilized their draft picks to fill the team needs around them instead of trying to build up there for the future.
Well, that's the thing, right? When you're close, you don't pick Jordan Love. You're looking for some immediate help, right? I mean, you have a 38-year-old quarterback. You've been to the NFC title game how many years? It's 2 years in a row. Well, I don't know. I forget what they did to you, but I mean, they lost to San Francisco, who went to the championship game, lost to Kansas City. And you obviously need help at wide receiver, and you do in a deep wide receiver draft, no less, and you don't get one. You draft a quarterback for the future. Your window is right now, and you're not going for it. That I don't understand. And here's the thing. You're good enough. I mean, they were good enough. The whole thing is Aaron Rodgers just isn't Tom Brady. I mean, that's what it comes down to. He doesn't have that clutch gene. He's won 1 Super Bowl with a team that's been stacked for years and years and years. In big games, he disappears. Great in the regular season, but in big games, he finds a way to lose. I'm sorry.
Okay. We can also say this. Compared to last season, Aaron Rodgers had nowhere near the weapons that Tom Brady did. We can agree on that, right, Grump?
Tom Brady was winning Super Bowls with Julian Edelman as his best wide receiver.
Okay.
He won in 2018.
Answer my question.
Here's the thing. Brady's a winner. Aaron Rodgers isn't. That's
what
it is.
Last year, and I said last season, Tom Brady had way more offensive weapons than Aaron Rodgers did. There's no disputing that. And you wonder as well what they're going to do here going forward, Grumpy Old Man.
Well, the pick is in, and it's Eric Stokes, quarterback from Georgia. 6 foot a half inch tall, 194 pounds.
Corner. I thought you said quarterback there for a second. I was like, there's
cornerback. And actually, Georgia had 2 cornerbacks who were really good last year. So, and they need cornerback help. I think he's an immediate replacement for King, who kind of pooped the bed there, filled his pants, as Ray Hudson would say. So that's an area of need for them, without a doubt. I mean, there's still wide receivers to be had going into the following rounds. I don't think you needed to reach for one here.
You talk about there the corner. I originally had Tyson Campbell. He was the other corner, I believe, there from Georgia. I had Tyson Campbell there as a guy. Maybe I'd have slightly edged over here. But this is the position of need there for them. They definitely did need help there in the secondary. If I'm Aaron Rodgers, I'm still kicking and screaming, saying, Jesus Christ, why the hell have they not done anything to help improve my wide receiver weapons?
Maybe they feel like Scandling Valdez is going to step up and improve a little bit. You still have Devontae Adams. And maybe they, like I said, I don't think you need to reach here for a wide receiver. The wide receivers, the depth is phenomenal in this draft. You're going to be able to get somebody in the second round. Okay, if you felt cornerback is not, it's a position of need for them without a doubt, and maybe the talent has a bigger drop off going into the second round, or maybe that's the way that they feel, or maybe they just fell extremely high on Stokes. I mean, still your boy Owasu Kamoranoa is there, Morig is there. There's a lot of players, a lot of good players still available. I mean, that's when you kind of make that assessment. Hey, do we want to get that 5th-year option on trading up maybe to get somebody like that? Interesting. Just interesting where we go from here.
Owasu Kamoranoa. Yeah. He's still around. Again, I've always thought that he's probably the most complete. I thought he's the most complete linebacker. And again, those are guys where I'm thinking, hey, that could be an absolute steal here if they slip to the second round. It's going to be interesting to see as we continue to go forward. But, Packers pick is in. Now we're moving forward, Grump, for a team that really took a big step forward last season. Quarterback took a huge step forward in his progression. Josh Allen. He proved all the haters wrong. I definitely did not think he was going to step forward the way he did. Relied a little bit more on his arm. Had a lot more success with Diggs as well. So he finally gets there, his first wide receiver weapon, and he's able to really turn it into a successful campaign there for him. They also bring in their Emmanuel Sanders this offseason too. You wonder here going forward, you talk about the position of need there. Corner wouldn't be bad. Edge rusher, a running back. I know they drafted Zach Moss, I believe, in the 2nd or 3rd round last season. But, between Devin Singletary and Zach Moss, they really didn't have a clear defined running back last year. They can also use interior offensive linemen as well as interior defensive linemen too.
Yeah, I think they would have loved to see either Etienne or Harris slip to them because I think they would have went running back. But Javonte Williams from North Carolina would not be a bad consolation prize for them. He really wouldn't. I mean, he's a kid who can play. He absolutely can play. He's able to pass block. He's good catching passes. He makes the first guy miss all the time. If they're hell-bent on running back, they could do a lot worse than him, without a doubt. I mean, I'm going to tell you again, defensive line is not strong. But, I mean, certainly I don't think they need wide receiver help at this time. You have Beasley and Diggs, and like you said, Emmanuel Stewart. That's a solid 3-man group right there.
Emmanuel Sanders, yeah.
Emmanuel Sanders. That's a good 3-man group. Like another team that needs defensive help. Cornerback, maybe the other Georgia corner goes here.
You're talking about Vincent Campbell. Yeah, perhaps. When you're looking at this too, I think they're looking defense. I really do. The offensive production they saw last year was pretty stout. I know even though the running back isn't fixed, I'm just not sure the guys you see left on the board, if that's going to be a huge upgrade. I really thought last year Devin Singletary was going to take a huge step forward. He looked great there 2 years ago in preseason and during the season last year, but it was weird. It's, they kind of like split 50-50 right down the middle. And I'm just not sure if they're willing to say, hey, Devin Singletary, the guy they drafted 2 years ago, and Zach Moss, who they drafted last year, we're ready to give up on you, ready to go ahead and move over to, move towards a new running back. I just don't think that's realistically where they're going to pick, even though they do need a better running back option. I can't believe they'd select their running back, with a top 3-round pick there, 3 years in a row.
Well, Moss was a 4th-round pick for them. Third? Okay, I thought he was 4th. Their pick is in, so we're not going to have to wait much longer. But one thing you can say to Bills Mafia is, you know what? Your team is on the upswing after how many down years. Tom Brady's out of division. It makes everybody feel that they can win now.
And Josh Allen proved that he is the real freaking deal last season. I was a big doubter in Josh Allen. I thought he tried to do too much with his legs. I wished he would have sat more in the pocket. And, it's one of those items to where I'm glad he took the next progression and step forward.
Yep. I was always a big fan of his.
Yes, you were.
and I'm going to say the pick is in. It's Gregory Rousseau from Miami. I don't like that pick. He sat out last year. He was productive the year before, but I don't like that pick. Maybe Sean McDermott sees something in him that I don't. I just don't like. I didn't like his tape. What I saw, I think he's overrated.
And I think they just look completely at the production as well. I mean, you look at Rousseau, think about it. He only played in 2019. 2018, he was redshirted. 2019 was his only season. He was a redshirt freshman and had 15 and a half sacks. So, I mean, like that, when you're thinking about that, he finished second in the country only to Chase Young over that time period. So I think that had a lot to play with it. Hey, they just look solely based off production. The production Rousseau there had as a freshman, wow.
Yeah. But
redshirt freshman, I'm sorry.
I think that Jalen Phillips is vastly superior to him. I don't know. Like I said, I just think it's a bit of a reach for him. I know he was highly rated, but he didn't impress me on the tape. I think there's a lot of times he just kind of disappears out there. And I guess you could say that about a lot of edge rushers. But we'll see. Hey, Buffalo was able, they're able to get players to produce. I think Sean McDermott is an outstanding coach after he came over from Carolina. Just really, really good coach.
I was about to say, right? He's done an excellent job there in Buffalo. He's built that team up really from scratch. Also, yeah, it adds a little bit more. McDermott does a great job on the defensive side of the ball. It just adds a little bit more pressure there to it. Because remember, the Bills' defense is no slouch. I think that's definitely where they need to improve, though, a little bit upon, just based off of the position they're in currently. But Rousseau, we could split hairs about it. I think there may have been better edge rushers out there, but it does address a need that they do have. And you kind of look here towards, the last two picks in the first round of the 2021 NFL Draft, Grumper, right here at the end. You've got there the Baltimore Ravens sit at number 31, and then the Tampa Bay Buccaneers sit at number 32.
Yeah. Interesting, that Baltimore is not going to be going for wide receiver now. But did they go offensive line? That's the question. Or, they could go many, many different ways as well. I mean, they're not that – maybe this is where the safety goes. Maybe this is where Mora goes. They certainly need help there, without a doubt. And they need an edge. They need an edge. So –
well, I think edge is where they have to go. You lose Judon, you lose Ngakoue, you have to go edge. I guess they maybe felt that they had to worry somebody was going to pick up a wide out there earlier on. This is a must need there for an edge pick. You lose there two extremely productive edge players there for the Ravens last season. You have to go ahead and address and fill that need. Even though you're like, hey, we could use a little bit of help there on the offensive line. You've got to go deep. You got to go edge rusher here.
Okay, if you're going edge rusher, maybe Azeez Ojulari from Georgia. A little bit smaller, speed around the outside. If he's not beating with the speed, he's not beating you, period. He's 6'2", 250 pounds. Can really get around the edge, okay? Has had some shoulder issues that you're going to kind of have to look out for him. So maybe that's a guy. Jason Oweh, almost seems like looks like Tarzan, plays like Jane. He had no sacks in 7 games last year.
Yep.
So I don't know how he made first team All Big Ten when you have 1 pass defense and only 6.5 tackles for loss and 38 tackles and no sacks.
When you speak about Jason Oweh, he is athletic. You're right. 0 sacks as a senior in the senior season. Yikes, not good. I noticed he does not use his hands enough. That is something he needs to do. He needs to use his hand more often. He is powerful, though, which is the other thing about it. He does have the power, just doesn't use his hands, which it then in turn affects what type of production you have there regarding the pass rush. Waist movements a little bit. He's got all the tools, can bull rush well, and it gets inside hands. He can turn a bull rush into finesse, but again, just doesn't utilize the hands enough there for my personal liking.
Yeah, and like I said, the lack of production for me that's a big red flag. I'm sorry.
If you're not able to produce a single sack, your senior season there in college, you've as an edge rusher, I mean, you're just simply a guy who stops the run.
I mean, what are edge rushers supposed to do? Just by definition, get to the quarterback, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what you're supposed to do. So, I mean, maybe they go the linebacker route with the guy that you like.
You're talking about Owusu.
Yeah, the guy whose name you couldn't produce, him.
Yeah, Owusu there earlier on.
Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. I mean, maybe that's the way that they go.
Yeah, I was about to say here. I'll tell you, Grump. It's been about 4 hours. I know we won't chit chat too long after the draft, but I do want to thank you for being a part of this very, very long kickoff of the new channel of TJ and the Grumpy Old Man, where we talk sports, specifically just recent events in sports, not so much Islanders related and hockey related like our other podcast is set up. We just get to talk sports in general, Grumpy Old Man. I know this may have not been the most fun way to kick it off, but we do enjoy the draft, and it's going to be much more lighthearted and fun, hot takes here in the future, I can promise you.
Absolutely. And it won't be – I'm going to guarantee you they're not going to be 4 hours long. So –
oh, you're not kidding me here, Grumpy. This is the longest live stream we've ever done. I cannot wait. My bladder's already screaming. I had to use the restroom once. I got a small bladder. What can I say, Grump?
All I can say is I've been a professional, and I've stuck out the whole podcast.
You just categorize yourself beforehand. That's what you're telling me, right?
That's exactly right. At my age, hey, that's not uncommon. Or I just wear my Depends, and I just let loose. So.
Oh, goodness gracious here, bro.
Yeah, without a doubt. But the pick is in for the Ravens. We don't know what it is. They're a commercial right now.
Okay. Well, let me do this. I'll be back in 30 seconds, Grump. You're going to have to carry it here for 30. I'll be right back.
I've been carrying you all day. That's fine. If I'm the Ravens, and I hate the Ravens, they're a team that I don't like. I've never liked them. I hate their uniforms. I hate the stupid little bird on the helmets. Never been a Ravens fan. I think they have to go defense here. Maybe like the aforementioned edge rushers that we discussed, or a safety, Trevor Mooring from TCU. Certainly both positions of need. So it'll be interesting. And then we're going to get to Tampa Bay, Champa Bay, the Buccaneers, who managed to bring everyone back from a Super Bowl team, which is in the salary cap era is unprecedented, honestly. I don't think they have a lot of holes on their roster. I don't think they're a perfect team. I think they'll be better offensively, defensive. But if you're looking for a draft, they do need interior defensive linemen moving forward. Not a good draft for that. I think the best one is Levi Ezwabike, I think his name is. He's the highest rated one, but I saw him get dominated in Senior Bowl practices. Maybe Joe Tryon, edge rusher. That's another position of age. They have Shaq Barrett, who they just signed a 4-year extension, as well as Jason Pierre-Paul, who's 32 years old in the last year of his contract. So maybe that's the way they go, maybe a Tryon there. And then offensive line that they need to worry about moving forward. You have Alex Kapp, who's going to be an unrestricted free agent next year. You have Ryan Jensen, who's going to be an unrestricted free agent. So maybe they look for a fill-in there. They did re-sign Dominic Smith back. But we'll talk about them in a second. The pick is in for the Ravens, and it is the aforementioned Jayson Oweh, he of the no sacks. So I don't know if you really helped your edge position or not with him. Just something to and TJ, you're on mute, so maybe you can unmute yourself.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I was about to say Jayson Oweh of the no sacks. Holy crap. You want to talk about that? Oh, you go from Ngakoue and Judon, who produce pressure, who produce sacks, who produce for you, and you're bringing Oweh. Oh, God, 0 sacks this senior season. I don't care. People can try to explain every which way to me how he does things like this well, he does that well. I think he does have pluses there in his game, but 0 sacks. Yikes. Yeah. That's concerning. I'm sorry.
Yeah, not good. Not good. But hey, to each their own. I mean, that's the one thing you can't get caught up in measurables sometimes. It reminds me back in the day when the 1991, I think it was, the Philadelphia Eagles they needed defensive linemen. Warren Sapp was there, and they picked Mike Mamula from Boston College, who didn't produce a whole lot in college, but man, he was a freaky athlete, tested off the charts, and the description, looks like Tarzan, plays like Jane, certainly applied to him, and it helped the Tampa Bay Bucks.
Who's that guy, Warren Sapp? That name sounds familiar, Grump. Did he used to play football? What was he, a quarterback?
No, he was defensive tackle. And,
come on, Grump. I was hoping you're going to play around a little bit. We're at the end. We're 4 hours into the live stream. Pick 32. Come on now.
I'm going to stop you because the Tampa Bay's pick is in. So I guess they found it. Here, to me, it's one of three guys. It's either Joe Tryon, edge rusher, which they need, a backup edge rusher. And they've gone to Washington before to pick athletes. Vita Vea. Poteet was another guy they signed. And either that or Tevin Jenkins for the aforementioned offensive guard or other offensive tackle position, or Landon Dickerson. Those are the ones. And their pick was edge rusher Joe Tryon. Okay, he kind of fits what they do. He's very reminiscent. Another prediction correct for me, number 32 I got right.
You get all 32 predictions right, Grump? It's Grump Stradamus, Mel Kiper Jr.
But it was definitely a position of need, without a doubt. So
I told you there were certain guys I was looking at. Joe Tron's a guy. If he continues to slip, I said this is a guy where I really think they could be a gem later on in the draft. And I still think, even though not picked today, I think tomorrow whoever picks there, Jeremiah Osu Koromoa, is absolutely going to get a gem in some capacity.
Yeah, the need that Tryon fills is that third pass rusher. They have Anthony Nelson. Really, he's not much of a pass rusher. You have Shaq Barrett on one side, who's been extremely productive, even though his sacks were down last year. He had led the league, I believe, in quarterback pressures. And sometimes a pressure is just as good as a sack. You have Jason Pierre-Paul. He's on the tail end. So now, optimally, you have Joe Tryon, who is a similar size and build of JPP. You can have him back him up and learn from him and maybe be ready to take over next year. I mean, it was a position of need and not a bad pick for them, honestly.
Adding more depth for certain. I won't say JPP is towards the tail end. Is the first time he made the Pro Bowl in quite some time. He had an unbelievable season last year, but he's not the JPP of past with multiple more fingers back there in the Giants' prime. There's no doubt about that. But he did have a resurgence last year. I think this is a good pick there for them. You talk about his ability to go ahead and learn the tutelage of JPP. I definitely think this is a good selection there for them. Told you at the beginning, I think this guy's going to be a gem in some capacity. I think this was a guy I was looking at. I put a big star next to him when I was taking notes. This is a guy I liked. I liked his film. I liked the way he played. I liked the way he moved.
And the thing with him is he sat out all last year, another one of those type players. But it seemed like the light kind of came on at the end of his sophomore season, and that's what you like to see. If he had come back this year and been just or even more productive, you probably would have seen him with his measurables go a lot earlier in the draft.
Mm-hmm. But to play devil's advocate, right? If you saw him come back and maybe that was just a little 3-game fluky stretch, you would have saw him probably drop a little bit. But again, I think he does a lot of things well. And you said he also had an unbelievable pro day. I wasn't really sure. I didn't watch too much of the pro day, but I'm just saying, based off the film I watched, love what I saw.
Yeah, his pro day was sensational. He ran, I believe, a 4.6 40-yard dash at 260 pounds, and he's sculpted. I mean, you look at his body, it's like he's built like a brick shithouse. He really is. So, like I said, and the benefit for him is he's still raw. So, I mean, they have to develop him, but the whole thing is he doesn't have to come in and contribute immediately. So, if you just bring him on obvious third down passing situations, you kick JPP inside. Maybe that's where
you can fully integrate him into the offense. or defense. Yeah, Grump. Well, I want to thank you so much. It's 4 hours and 10 minutes. I appreciate you being a part of this. I promise the next TJ and the Grumpy Old Man live stream will not be as boring as I'm sure this may have been for some. But
yeah, this is a drag. It's a drag. I mean, doing the draft is a drag. It really is. Especially when you're there talking about offensive tackles all night. I'm sorry.
Ew, that gets me heavy. That gets me excited, Grump. But I want to thank you, Grumpy Old Man, for being a part of
My
this.
pleasure. My pleasure.
No better way than to stick it out with an unbelievably boring and expansive NFL draft round one cover, a little over 4 hours. Well, thank you, Grump. I do appreciate it.
Thank you.